Okay, this meeting will come to order. Today is November the 10th, 2020. Please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we will begin with Dr. Hill.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Last
afternoon.
Thursday, we made the operational decision to pause the school district's move to Phase 2 of our reopening plan. This decision was based on rising COVID positivity rates, increase in cases per 100,000, and the concern that we may not be able to sufficiently staff our school buildings. I continue to believe that students learn best when they are in school, but we will only do so when it is safe. We expect that the Thanksgiving and winter holiday season may see continued increases in case rates, which is why we have extended Phase 1 virtual learning until at least December 22nd. If conditions allow, we anticipate moving to Phase 2 shortly after we return from winter break. We will continue to monitor data daily and work with our local Department of Health to create a plan for the safe return of all students to our buildings. We won't be able to get our students back in school unless we all work together to slow the spread of this virus. Please wear your mask, disinfect your hands as much as possible, maintain your physical space, and never report to work if you are feeling ill, awaiting test results, or after being exposed to a confirmed positive person. Teachers and administrators are doing an excellent job preparing for the return of students and the start of hybrid instruction. Later in today's meeting, Amy Hollstein and Charmaine Thompson will provide a report on how teachers will teach in-person and virtual students at the same time. This new model is an exciting next step toward what education may look like in the future. Today we are reopening our two family internet centers at Henry E. Lackey High School and Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School. Charles County Public Schools is going to open a third center at Dr. Higdon Elementary School on Thursday. Several other principals are exploring the possibility of opening internet centers at their schools. We will continue to do all we can to help students without reliable internet connectivity to participate in virtual instruction. Also on the agenda today is a report on the renovation progress at Eva Turner Elementary School. The project is almost 70% complete, and supporting services will show you what the school will look like, as well as highlight significant changes that have been made to that building. Last month, the board approved its equity policy. One of the Equity Task Force's recommendations is to conduct training for the Board of Education members as well as the executive staff. As members of the task force, Mrs. Battle-Lockhart and Mr. Lukas have already begun the training. The training is 16 hours over 8 two-hour virtual sessions. The training is mandatory for my operations team, and I hope each board member can participate in the training sessions this school year. I sent you those dates in weekly update. Before closing schools due to COVID-19, the board had planned recognition for the members of the La Plata High School class of 1969, including conferring diplomas to some of the students who never received their official document. We recently reached out to members of the class to see if they would like to be recognized today or be more comfortable being recognized at a later date. Most preferred a later date, so we hope to schedule something for the spring where we can recognize the members of La Plata High School's class of 1969. I'd like to recognize Evangeline Gilmer, a student at St. Charles High School and a member of the class of 2021, for her recent recognition through the National Merit Scholarship Program as a semifinalist. The National Merit Scholarship Program recognizes the highest achieving high school seniors based on academic achievement, PSAT and SAT performance, leadership experience, and community involvement. Finally, on this day before Veterans Day, I'd like to recognize and thank all of our service members, both active and retired, including many Charles County Public Schools employees and Board of Ed member Ms. Tina Wilson. Thank you all for your service to our country, and thank you all for your support of teaching and learning in Charles County.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Okay, at this time, we have time for correspondence from members of the board. Do you have anyone that would like to share? Ms. Wilson?
Real quickly, because I know that we have a heavy agenda. I had the opportunity to visit Pickawaxen with Principal Wendell Martin, who graciously shared the renovation of the installed guided vestibule along with the bathrooms. A lot of work was done when the school system was shut down, and it turned out marvelous. He was very excited to share, give me a brief tour of Pickawaxen, and I had the good fortune of visiting Miss Farrell's 8th grade science class. And I have to tell you, I'm totally amazed at how teachers, how innovative they are with technology. And I asked Miss Farrell if, when it was safe to do so, that I would like to come back and visit her teaching this science class, because she made it interesting and very appealing and doing everything possible under COVID circumstance to make it a teachable and learning environment. And so I just wanted to publicly recognize Ms. Farrell and the many teachers out there that are being very creative in the virtual world to teach our kids. I also wanted to congratulate Charles County Public Schools again, even though it was shared in the weekly update. We get daily and weekly updates, but it's worth acknowledging recognition from the Maryland Hunger Solutions that last year we got a grade of A for feeding our kids. So that goes without notice, and just wanted to recognize. I know many of our students already know this, but I'm always excited at the end of the year when our high school seniors talk about how much scholarship funds that are available. As you know, FAFSA, the federal student aid application, opened up in October. Don't take your foot off the gas because of COVID. There's a lot of money that's out there, but it starts with filling out the application, because every year we get excited to see all the scholarships and financial aids that goes to Charles County Public Schools. And lastly, and certainly not least, I will just briefly just make this one comment, and with the understanding that our subcommittee chair, Ms. Jennifer Abell, is going to talk a little more about it, but I must say something about school allocations. The deadline for written comment is November the 20th. And we need the parents and the guardians and the grandparents that take care of our students to step up and weigh in on this very important issue. To the county commissioners, I say to you one simple thing. We need more time to collaborate and discuss this issue. This will have an astronomical impact. Please, Charles County commissioners, please allow more time to collaborate on school allocations. And I will stop there, and I will allow our subcommittee chair, Jennifer Abell, when appropriate to do so, to fill you in more. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Sure. Any other correspondence? Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things. I want to start off by reiterating what our Vice Chairwoman has said about school allocations. This is a huge deal. If it weren't for the importance of COVID right now, I believe this would be the biggest thing we're facing. And even with COVID, I believe it's going to have more long-term negative effects on our school system with the amount of seats that we have. So for the parents out there and the citizens that are concerned, just as Ms. Wilson stated, please contact our county commissioners. Our schools are already overcrowded, and if certain policies go through, things are going to go from bad to worse, especially without the appropriate funding. So please contact your county commissioners. Aside from that, I want to commend our superintendent for such a timely job on pumping the brakes a little bit on phase 2. As everyone knows, I voted to go into phase 2, but we all saw the writing on the wall last week. Numbers were steadily going up. By Thursday afternoon, when the decision was made, I believe we were at 4.8% positivity rate, with the assertion that by Friday we'd be at 5, and sure enough, we were at 5. Today we're almost at 7%. So things look bad in this county. The right decision was made, in my opinion, and I hope that the staff and students that work for the system realize that regardless of what decision we make, it's not a decision that's signed in blood. It's always going to be monitored, and I don't think we have I know we do not have a superintendent that is going to intentionally put anyone into a dangerous situation, regardless of what we come up with. Things are constantly monitored. So thank you for that. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank Ms. Wilson for her service to our country. And happy Veterans Day.
Thank you.
To everyone out there that can hear that. We're all 7 of us. We're here because of you, and everyone in this building is here because of our wonderful veterans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Abell and Mr. Lukas.
I have 2 updates. One is the Maryland Association of Board of Educations. I currently serve on their budget committee. That will be meeting on November the 23rd, and I will be happy to provide updates after that meeting. I also wanted to provide an update, as Ms. Wilson and Mr. Hancock alluded to, the Adequate Public Facilities Subcommittee here at Charles County Public Schools consisted of myself, Mr. Heim, Mr. Andritz, Mr. Lukas, and Ms. Wilson joined us recently. We have been meeting since February, I believe, or January or February, in regards to what may be coming down the pike with the Waldorf Station. Legislation has been proposed to the commissioners from the Planning Commission that includes a lot more than just Waldorf Station. There are key points that Charles County Public Schools and the Board of Education would like to make, and we have made our voice heard on numerous occasions. Thank you to my fellow board members and for staff speaking up, some of the teachers that have came and spoke. Our key points are the legislation that's moving forward is not only for Waldorf Station, it is also including priority funding areas and the opportunity zone. It is asking for, currently we have allocations that are assigned based on capacity. This new legislation is proposing that we also open up 800 additional allocations. It is not taking into account full funding that will be needed to accelerate our capital improvement plan. And we recently met with the town of Plata, and some new development has come to light. Town of Plata, currently in the past few years has allocated less than 100 permits. I'm trying to look for my paper. Less than 100 permits per year, ranging from 33 to like 77 throughout the years. They recently advised us that the new development coming into the town of La Plata will increase significantly over the next 10 years, moving up to 108 in 2021, 385 in 2022, 670 in 2023, all the way up to 800 plus in 2025, averaging out to over 5,000 new allocation or new lots over the next 10 years. With the proposal that's moving forward at the Commissioner's office, this is going to have a very detrimental, significant impact on the school system. We are asking the Commissioners to please, you have to move forward with Waldorf Station. We understand that. We understand the legal ramifications that may be imposed if singling out one development. So even if we have to open it up to opportunity zone, we understand that. But we ask the Commissioners to please put a halt on the rest of this legislative proposal and allow more collaboration with the school system so that we can adequately address what's happening in our county and moving forward. We are not anti-development. We are not against development. We're for smart development and collaboration moving forward. I will turn it over to Mr. Lukas, or back to Ms. Wilson if they have anything to add.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Abell. Collaboration, by definition, is two groups coming together, and we welcome that opportunity with our elected officials at county government. This is a great county, and we want people to take advantage of our great school system, but history has shown us that the school system has been left behind in terms of funding to build and operate new schools. And we need to ensure that our school system has funds in place so that we can meet the needs of any growth that happens in the county. And I think the previous comments have summed up the board sentiment very well, so thank you very much for that. A couple of other things. I've been making trips to elementary schools. I've got 20 years of leftover stuff from summer camps and scout camps and daycares and things like that. So each school is getting a little care package, and I've got about 5 or 6 left. But it's wonderful to see our teachers and administrators dealing with this situation the best they can. I did have the opportunity to virtually attend the MABE conference last month. I saw all I could before my phone battery ran out, but Ms. Wilson, I saw you there, and I saw others, so it was good. It was, I think that'll be something that they can do in a more continued basis. And speaking of MABE, I forwarded my fellow board members the MABE legislative positions. I don't know, usually in December we have a meeting with our elected officials, and maybe that'll happen in some fashion or later on, but to that, if there is anything that a board member wishes to propose to our elected officials at the state level, that's something that we can be brought up and we can discuss as a board so that we can forward that to our elected officials in Annapolis. Just want to say thank you to all the parents and staff and administrators that are dealing with the circumstances surrounding COVID, and thank you for your patience and understanding. And has also been said, thank you for all our veterans for your service, and Ms. Wilson and everyone else listening. I've never worn the uniform, but I've worked for the Navy for almost 37 years, and I consider it an honor to help the warfighter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other staff? Ms. Battle-Lockhart?
Good afternoon, everyone. I was able to attend the CCPS African American Experience Task Force. That was a great conversation amongst the African American staff that showed up to attend, and as well as the implicit bias training took place next week and will continue this week as well. And the MABE annual conference was something that I was able to attend. And a couple other things, notes I have. I wanted to come to address 2 things. that came from Linda McLaughlin from EACC as it relates to the Learning Center comment that she had put in the letter to us. The Learning Center comment was actually made, I read it from an actual teacher, so it wasn't, I just want to make some clarity, it wasn't a criticization coming from myself. It was a piece of a letter that was being read by me from one of the teachers within the school system, that I had let them know that I would address their concerns. So, as it relates to a couple comments that I've seen out in the public world, I just wanted to address as well. I did request a special meeting with the board. Unfortunately, they didn't feel, they did a vote and didn't feel that we needed a special meeting to happen to discuss the numerous concerns of the teachers and the parents that we were receiving via email, and due to the telework denials and the resignations, and as well as due to the COVID case increases. However, I do approve of the decision that was made. However, I just would have liked for us as a board to have been a part of that process as well. So that's all I have for today.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank all of our veterans too for their service, and Ms. Wilson. I'd also like to thank Dr. Hill for making that decision in a timely manner. It gave a relief to me, and I'm glad it wasn't 5:30 on Sunday night. So thank you. I'd also like to thank Dr. Hill for taking the time to meet with me. I had some concerns, and her doors were open. I called her, and I was able to meet and ask questions and get my questions and concerns answered. I also attended the MABE conference, which was very nice. I learned a lot at that conference, and I'd like to share some more things at the next board meeting. But thank you to all of our people that are out there working hard, because I know a lot of people put a lot of work into opening and going into phase 2. But I think it's more to think about the safety of all of the children and our staff. So thank you.
Last but not least, I would just like to say that, to add on to what Ms. Wilson had to say, I did attend the scholarship meeting of Charles County Scholarship Foundation last night, and the scholarship application will go live mid-December. And also, I would like you to be aware that there's going to be a scholarship fair, which is going to be coordinated by our very own Alicia Jones and Chris Zimmerman from the College of Southern Maryland. And that's going to be on December the 15th, and it's going to be a virtual scholarship fair. So I would urge all of the students and parents that are out there to please pay attention for the specifics. We did add 6 additional scholarships to the many that we already have. So there's many opportunities on many levels for you to win scholarship money. So take advantage of that. I would just like to congratulate our very own Sean Starcher for being part of, I don't know if you noticed that, but during the political season, Sean was part of one of the commercial promos for the the second referendum. And it took me a while to recognize that it was her, but I was very pleased to see that she was there to represent Charles County. So thank you very much, Sean. And last but not least, but I also want to say thank you to our Superintendent Dr. Hill and her staff for their service in making very difficult decisions on a daily basis, number one. I appreciate all of your efforts. I also want to express my gratitude to all of our administrators, our teachers, our support staff, whether you're a secretary, building service worker, work in transportation, whatever your job may be, instructional assistants, our parents and our students for your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding during this very difficult time. And I think if we're going to have a takeaway from any of this as well, that we need to be sure that we're always prepared, not for just a plan B, but for a plan C, D, and E, because one never knows on a day-to-day basis. So thank you all. And that concludes my comments. No other committee reports? Then we are ready for a report from our Education Association in Charles County. Mrs. McLaughlin.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda McLaughlin, and I am the president of the Education Association of Charles County. On October 16th and 17th, EACC members attended virtual professional development sessions as part of the online MSCA convention, and 39 EACC members served as delegates to the virtual MSCA Representative Assembly. Though we could not be together physically, our members still studied, learned, engaged, and advocated for education, themselves, their students, and their colleagues. Our work to combat racism and bias, to commit to policies and professional development that support cultural relevancy and equity must be part of everything we do in education. To this end, MSCA has created the President's Council on Safe, Healthy, and Supportive Teaching and Learning Environments. EACC members are working on the following 3 subcommittees with colleagues from around the state. On the Mental and Behavioral Health and Trauma-Informed Best Practices Subcommittee, we have Kathy Ramey, who is from La Plata High School. On the Teacher Preparation and Educator Continuing Education Subcommittee, we have Sean Starcher from La Plata High School and Cameron Ashbaugh from Davis Middle School. On the Implicit Bias and Culturally Responsive Pedagogy, Practice, and Instructional Content Subcommittee, we have myself, we have Julian Scrivens from North Point High School, and Marissa Baker from Mattawoman Middle School. All participants are committed to the crucial conversations needed to evaluate existing policies, study their implementation, address gaps and needs, and provide input to deliver recommendations for future programs, regulations, policies, and contract language. As we moved through October, everyone's eye was on the local metrics surrounding the COVID-19 virus. Last Thursday, the local metrics were trending upwards. I appreciate the care and scrutiny implicit in the difficult decision made to pause phase 1 that Dr. Hill and her operations team made. I believe that that was the right decision. Everyone has been working so hard to get ready for phase 2 and the inclusion of small groups of students back in the schools. The work is not in vain because CCPS is just that much more ready for small groups when the metrics are conducive to students' safe return to the buildings. Within the pause in the phase timeline came the announcement that employees who were on phase 1 approved telework will be permitted to return to telework. I know that eased the anxiety of many employees. I have said before that EACC's #1 concern is the health and safety of all employees, that safety protocols be implemented and implemented with fidelity. I would opine that from an equity standpoint, all employees should be allowed to apply for telework at this time who did not do so at the beginning of the year. Many telework-eligible employees did not know, nor could they, that phase 1 would be extended and that phase 2 would not be happening soon. They did not apply for telework because they felt they needed to be in their classrooms to prepare for their students' return. They are prepared, their rooms are set up and ready. They should have the same flexibility for telework that has been extended to their colleagues. My members have reached out to me in great numbers about the option to telework being open to them now, even though they may not have applied for it in August. If they are able to effectively teach, counsel, engage, answer leadership questions virtually from home, it should be an option. This would allow for lowered anxiety regarding exposure on their part, as well as ensure that there were less people in the buildings as an exposure risk. It does not feel equitable to not even consider the possibility. I would also suggest that for employees who were deemed essential and ineligible for telework, school building leadership, resource teachers and ILT, school counselors and PPWs, that a rotating schedule of telework and in-building presence would also work. We say over and over that there is no roadmap for traversing this pandemic. I urge CCPS to reopen the telework application process or at least provide a flexible telework and in-person option to all telework eligible employees. Next week is American Education Week. In partnership with the Charles County Starbucks locations, all Charles County educators who present a CCPS badge or ID card will receive a free brewed or iced coffee or a hot and cold tea. The term educators includes both certificated employees and support staff, because our support staff is also integral to our school's successes. Thank you to Alvin Stewart for making this possible. Also in celebration of American Education Week, on November 23rd from 3 to 7 p.m., EACC and AFSCME are partnering again to provide ice cream to our members from Cold Stone Creamery in Waldorf. Because of the pandemic, this is on a to-go basis only. EACC and AFSCME members will receive a free like-it-sized ice cream and may purchase a similarly sized ice cream for family members at a reduced rate. Board of Education members should also feel free to stop by and have a free ice cream as our treat. In October, EACC held negotiations listening sessions to inform our bargaining team's writing of proposals for the upcoming FY22 negotiation sessions. We look forward to meeting with the CCPS bargaining team in December to begin the negotiations process. In closing, please take care of yourselves and your loved ones and stay safe. And in addition, happy Veterans Day, and thank you to all of our veterans out there. We are the home of the free because of the brave. Thank you.
Thank you much. Okay. At this time, we're ready for a report from our AFSCME representative, Sarah Burch.
Good afternoon. I am Sarah Burch, President of AFSCME Local 2981. There's going to be a change in our government, just in case you haven't heard. Let us hope and pray that 2021 is a better year for our government, for our school system, and for our support personnel. This year has been more than a challenge. AFSCME is going out of 2020 with the final meeting December 1st on Zoom. There will be a short business meeting and then many holiday surprises. All members should plan to attend. Local 2981 is holding 2 fundraisers. The first has already happened at Texas Roadhouse. The next one will be at Foster's Grill on November 16th through the 19th. Any of the AFSCME Executive Committee that are available will be at Foster's on November 19th. All monies will be donated to help during the holidays, feeding those in need. I will announce the ratification committee in January. Since the complete contract is covered for the 21-22 contract, we are going to start early. I welcome ideas from any members. Once again, I am amazed by support personnel. Everyone was prepared to enter phase 2. It was not safe move. It takes so much planning to move to a new phase in this pandemic, just as it does to, oh no, we are staying in phase 1. To all supervisors, managers, and workers, you rock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Burch. Okay. We are ready for a report from our student board member, Mr. Hurd.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Recently, Phase 2 was delayed due to rising COVID rates in our community. I wanted to begin my report by acknowledging the quick action of the school system to respond to the rise and take initiative in delaying Phase 2. Special populations are eager to return, but they and I both recognize that it is dependent on our community metrics to support it. I wanted to be clear that our push to return is contingent on the community having the capacity to facilitate it safely. Thank you for your continued adherence to safety, and thank you to all the staff members who were prepared to get back to the classroom. Today, students will have an opportunity to present our student board member voting rights proposal to this board. We are very thankful for this board giving us the time to present the proposal, and we hope you will hear it with an open mind. I have also had the opportunity to personally meet with all board members, and the discussions have been thought-provoking. We are committed to providing you with the resources to make an informed recommendation for this proposal. I also wanted to thank Miss Battle-Lockhart and Miss Brown for attending the Charles County Youth Collaborative's Forum on Voting. This forum included discussion on student member voting rights. This board continues to show a commitment to the student body, and we are eager to see that commitment continue to shine through to today. Lastly, I wanted to advertise a forum I will be holding on digital learning next Wednesday, November 18th at 4 p.m. I am hoping to hear more in depth about all the unique experiences students have had over this past quarter. Students interested in attending can go to events.ccboesmob.com, events.ccboesmob.com to learn more. Additional forums planned further in the future can also be found at that link. As we enter the season of giving thanks, I think it is important to recognize all the hard work and sacrifices our teachers are making for us. Students continue to be in awe at the courage, persistence, and efficiency at which teachers continue to adapt to this new environment. There's not much precedent to these circumstances, but throughout it all, we have had our teachers to look to for advice and mentorship. Teachers are the bedrock of this school system. And as COVID continues to try to rock our foundation, we stand strong. Teachers, your students are grateful for your service to our futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Okay. And now we have a report, information item, Dr. Hill, Amy Hollstein, and Amber Starn.
Appreciate you being here. Good afternoon again, everyone. What we would like to do, this was going to be a report about the reopening of schools in Phase 2, but because of what happened last week, we've punted a little bit, and we've asked Amber Starn, who is an epidemiologist with the Charles County Department of Health, also a master's of public health, to be with us to help answer any questions that you have after this very short presentation, which is just going to kind of set the stage. I've heard from our board members previously, we want to have discussion about this because as Ian so eloquently pointed out, this is all unprecedented for all of us. And I think it does help to have public discussion about our thinking and about the actions and about the collaboration that we have with the Charles County Department of Health. So quickly, thank you for giving us the authority to move forward to Phase 2. I know that was a difficult decision and it was a difficult discussion. I want to be clear in that, yes, our team made the decision to pause that move into Phase 2, but we would not independently make the decision to move to Phase 3 or Phase 4 or Phase 5 without the approval of the Board of Education. This decision to pause was, I think, well within the superintendent's operational authority, but I want to make it clear that I wouldn't be moving forward in phases without approval from the Board of Education. But I want to say thank you. Our people were ready. The bus routes were set up. The PPE had been distributed and was out in schools. Food services team, thank you, Ms. Wilson, for pointing out the A grade that they got last year. They were ready to not only provide in-person meals in school buildings, but to continue curbside distribution for our community at the same time. Charmaine Thompson and her team in technology had webcams, Bluetooth headsets, power strips, USB extenders distributed to schools. We had hired 50 new hybrid IAs to provide supervision for teachers who had received telework accommodations. Amy's group has done professional development training for all of our teachers, and most of our teachers were back in their classrooms practicing with the new technology. So I just want our community to understand that the decision to pause Phase 1 was not due to a lack of readiness. We were ready to go. Our principals, our teachers, our staff, everything that they've done, as many have already pointed out, has been exemplary. And I just want to say thank you, in addition to your thank yous for them. So then Thursday hit, And there is some of the data that we look at daily and that we talk with folks over at the Charles County Department of Health and that we talk about internally to make decisions. And you can see our percent positivity from Monday, October 26th at 3.54% to yesterday, 6.32%, today, 6.86%. We're heading in the wrong direction with all of those indicators. And these are the indicators that the Maryland Department of Health, the CDC, the Charles County Department of Health have asked us to keep in mind. They're not the only ones, but they're kind of the big ones. These are what I would think of as the big four. Cases per 100,000, weekly positive cases in Charles County, and then most concerning is the increase in hospitalizations. So these aren't just folks who are testing positive and being able to go home and recover. It's also some serious cases of this virus. So that's where we made the decision to hit the brakes and pause. Pump the brakes, I think, was Ms. Wilson's phrase, and I agree with that. This next chart is part of a document that was published on August 27th by the Maryland Department of Health and MSDE. And this is just one piece of the document, but that document is available online. It's called COVID-19 Guidance for Schools. And so this is kind of a structure within which we make decisions. The key piece of this is the bottom yellow box and when to reassess. And so these are kind of the guiding principles that we use. Also on board docs today is a document that we created here in CCPS in collaboration with Amber and Dr. Abney about decision making and the decision making process. We had a meeting a couple Thursdays ago, I want to say, and we really just talked through how to look at the data to bring recommendations to the board as far as moving forward in phase 3 or phase 4 or phase 5. And so that document is available on board docs, and we will post it to the website on our reopening page so that everyone can see how those decisions are made. I'm going to kind of reiterate what I said in my superintendent's report, in that we have worked really hard to welcome students back to school. And our community, as well as this board, I think understands that our mindset as people who are responsible for providing public education in our community is, let's get the kids back. That's our job, is to provide public education. But we can't do it if our community and ourselves don't follow public health guidelines. So once again, to our community, please wear your masks, practice physical distancing, wash your hands, keep your hands away from your face, and stay home. If you're sick, waiting for test results, or have been around a COVID positive person, please just follow the guidelines so we can get this virus under control while we wait for hopefully a quickly coming vaccine. So that kind of set the stage, board members. Ms. Hollstein is here. Ms. Starn is here, and we're willing to entertain questions or just begin a discussion regarding this topic.
Okay. Board members? Mrs. Battle-Lockhart?
Good afternoon. I have a question in regards to the thermometers that you all, or Jason stated that you all have, and apparently they're not actual real thermometers, they're strips. Can you speak on the effectiveness of those strips, Ms. Amber?
I really don't know the effectiveness of those strips, but I'll certainly look it up and send it to Dr. Hill to disseminate to the board members.
Okay, just kind of concerned because they come in contact with your body hair, so they're saying that they could be reusable, which doesn't kind of make sense to me. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on if they're going to be effective enough for us to use when we make the decision to come back.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your presentation. One of the things that Ms. McLaughlin brought up in her report today is reconsidering the option for telework. And I can certainly understand that. We see the numbers going up at a pretty rapid rate. I don't recall seeing all four of those parameters increasing this fast since back in the spring. And we are under constant and more reiterated pressure to telework if possible. Is there any way that we can reevaluate that to reduce the number of employees that are in the school building?
That's a great question, Mr. Hancock, and I'm going to start, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Hollstein to jump in because she and Ms. Majors really have been managing this whole telework question. What I will say is that, and my mindset to them has been, our school buildings are safe places to be. They are hundreds of thousands of square feet. Our teachers, most classrooms are about 1,000 square feet. We have put in place all of the mitigation procedures, the requirement of the mask, the physical distancing, all of the things that are supposed to have happened are happening in our school buildings. So I believe that our school buildings are safe places to work. Right now, my hesitation is bringing in a whole bunch of children. But I'm not fearful of having adults in school buildings. Teleworking has become a have and have not kind of thing in our school system, and that's not ever what we intended it to be. We wanted to provide some flexibility for employees whose job requirement was open to or conducive for telework, but we have a lot of employees whose job will never be conducive to telework. Never. And so when I think about equity and fairness, I wonder, how do I explain to many of our secretaries, many of our IAs, all of our building service workers, all of our food service workers, you all need to continue to come to work, but other groups of employees don't have to continue to come to work. So that's a difficult discussion. I think that we all know, and I'm going to stop talking in a minute and let you take over, Ms. Hollstein. I think we all know that the governor is holding a press conference this afternoon at 5 o'clock. And so we will be listening to that press conference to determine whether or not that changes any of our mindset on employees reporting to work or not reporting to work. But I'm going to end where I started. Our school buildings are safe places to work. They're large, and our school staffs are not so large that we wouldn't have space for every person at a school to be able to teach safely and work safely in their school building.
Thank you. Not to cut you off, but before Ms. Hollstein gets started. So I guess is it safe to say, and I'm not grilling you at all, I just want to, I think your record proves that you'll do what I'm about to ask. It's safe to say that just as you've been doing with everything else, you're going to continue to monitor the situation and nothing's set in stone, I guess. Is that fair to say?
We have a meeting, an internal meeting of our operations team tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We started the discussion of telework this morning, but as soon as we learned that the governor was going to speak tonight, we shifted that to tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock so we could be responsive to the latest guidance. I don't want to give people false hope, but I do want people to understand that, yes, we take all of this into consideration as we make decisions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I really don't have anything to add. Dr. Hill did a great job. Unless you have a specific question, Ms. Majors and I really have been managing how responding to emails and concerns and making sure that we're following a consistent procedure. But just keep in mind that we are pausing phase one. We haven't changed anything. So this isn't a new phase or something different. It's a continuation of what we've been doing since August 31st. And I reiterate everything that Dr. Hill said. Our buildings are safe places, and we feel that all teachers could come in and teach in their classrooms. We're just not comfortable bringing students in right now. But this is a good opportunity to come in and practice with all the new technology and to get used to hybrid instruction, so that when we do move into phase 2, that teachers are even more comfortable with the new way that we're asking them to teach, because it is a big learning curve. Not only are they having to change their lesson plans and learn all of the new platforms, and it's very different, even managing the time of a virtual classroom, it's very different. It's a lot of work for them. And then we add in webcams and headsets and setting up your classroom so that it's just optimal to both sets. And I don't want to take away my presentation, but you know, we feel very comfortable that teachers can come in and work from their classrooms until we move into phase 2.
Ms. Wilson?
I want to kind of wade into something that is always, I know, on our mind, is teacher anxiety.
Right.
And I want to publicly address the issue, and to thank the teachers and the support staff and even the students for emails and their expressions of, you know, they're bearing their souls to us and saying, you know, are you listening to us? Do you understand the anxiety that we're feeling? And I want to say to them, yes, we do. I mean, anytime that you're reading emails 3 o'clock in the morning, it's heart-wrenching. It's not easy, and we do not. I'm addressing this to Dr. Hill. We have open lines of communication with our superintendent. We can email you. We can text one another. We can call. We can, if it's safe to do so. We have asked, can we come in, and there's some sort of interaction that is going on, and it's a very fluid situation. But I just wanted to take a pause as we talk about data. I think we also have to emphasize the human element, because teachers are the backbone, and the support staff and all the other professionals that's in the school. I've lost a lot of sleep about this, because, you know, you can go to college, you can spend 20 years in the military and be a combat veteran, but nothing prepares you to deal with an epidemic. But the most important lesson is always be mindful of the people that make it happen, and that's the teachers. And I just think we just need to take a moment and acknowledge that, you know, mental health, morale, etc. It is something that is also that weighed heavily about this going back with the phases, because if the teachers' hearts are not in it because they're fear for their safety, we don't blame them. So I needed to address that, because we do read your emails, we feel your anxiety. It's acknowledged. We may not get the answer, get an A on the answer, but we're trying. We're really trying, and continue to send us the emails, because it gives us a perspective of what you're feeling or what you're thinking. And there is and the doctor can probably relate to, there's a Niagara Falls of information that's out there, coupled with rumors. And so we'll get through this if we're mindful of people's anxiety, and number two, if we are patient. And I'm hopeful and optimistic that eventually we'll get back to normal. Don't ask me when, but we'll do that. But I wanted to kind of to say, you know, we feel you. We understand it. It's a lot of sleep has been lost over this, and that's okay. But we appreciate the teachers hanging in there. At all different levels of government, there's been mixed messaging that's going on, you know, and we'll wade through this together. But please be patient, and we'll try to bring as much resolution as we possibly, you know, can. Thank you.
If I could respond, I appreciate, Ms. Wilson, you bringing that up, because we do read every single email. And like you board members, we're getting a lot of email with a lot of folks really, as you said, bearing their souls. My mindset in wanting more teachers and staff members back in school buildings versus not is, how do we get over anxiety if we don't experience the thing that makes us anxious and realize that we can do this and we're still okay prior to kids coming back? And so that's, the anxiety is real. There's no doubt about it. But our thought process was, well, if folks get used to coming back into buildings and doing their jobs without students, then when students come back, which could bring another layer of anxiety, then potentially that first layer of anxiety has resolved itself somewhat. I'm not saying it always goes away. But that's the mindset, and that's the thinking behind the decision to try to encourage most of our employees to be back at their workplace.
Thank you. Mr. Battle-Lockhart.
I think the greatest challenge, and even just from my experiences, I clear over I don't even know how many weeks, but the most recent is when you speak of anxiety, is when you have staff members that are reaching out to us as board members with so much concern after it has been, an announcement has been made about the effects of their school have been affected by COVID. And the fear and the tears and the what do I ask and what do I do? Like, what do I do as, you know, because this fear, I mean, when you can hear it all day long, but when that day arrives and the day has arisen, and they're so broken, like, what do I do because I have a sick family member at home, and I know I was around this person, but I wasn't on the contact tracing list and all of those things. How are you, what things do we have in place to support those staff members that are really, 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 because we're saying anxiety, we got some that are depressed. That's deeper than that. So how are we supporting them on that level? Because this is very real, and because this denial and of telework and all these other things, and we're talking about the teacher parent, you know, that don't get a chance, they have to choose between their hats, which is unfair to them. So that's a lot of weight to carry. So how are they being supported or get the support that they need to try to balance that level of depression? I guess that would be a question for you, Ms. Amber.
Amber, if you wouldn't mind talking about when we send out a letter that says that a particular school has had a case, because that's what you're referring to. Oh my gosh, I get a letter, there's been a case at my school, now I'm even more anxious.
Well, it's more, I'll say it's more like from what I'm hearing, is the principals will call the meeting and have the conversation. So it's not a letter that I get. It's like, sit down, let's talk, and everybody's in the room, and it's quiet, like I don't know how to respond, and I'm just supposed to accept what's said and go back to work. So
what should a person do?
Yeah.
Well, remember that all the school nurses within the school district are health department employees. They've been working as COVID responders since this thing began. They are very well versed in what they're supposed to do. They're working very closely with our infectious disease staff, and right now we have very set guidance from the state of what is considered an outbreak within a school. And as soon as we are notified of that case, we are looking to see, is there another one that is epidemiologically linked, or did they have a similar exposure? In which case, if you have two of those, that would be an outbreak within the school. Then there are other parameters, such as, do you have a certain percentage within your school who are out because of it? Then after that, it doesn't mean that everybody within that school has been exposed, or even within that classroom has been exposed. Because we have worked with the schools this entire time on how to mitigate that risk. We know we can never eliminate it, but we're doing everything we can to mitigate it. And within a school system, you have more control in those mitigation strategies than sometimes we do as at a community level. So you can ensure that people are wearing their mask appropriately and it's not below their nose and they're not wearing it down like a beard, that they've got it over their face like they're supposed to, and that people are maintaining that 6 feet distance that is so appropriate. So if you have somebody who is in a classroom who is exposed but has their mask on that whole day and isn't within 6 feet of any other person, everybody else in that building now has a low risk of exposure. Those who were within that 6 feet will be contacted. We have a very robust contact tracing system in this state with our health department and with the agency that is working with us on contact tracing. So we will identify every person who is a contact of them and make sure that they're starting their 14-day quarantine and they're getting tested. We have community testing available to anybody who wants to be tested right now, every Tuesday, and we have a different location almost every Saturday. We're working with the schools right now to offer that testing in the parking lots on Saturday afternoons. So if somebody wants to be tested, they can be tested. But I do want people to remember that just because you got a negative test does not mean you can get out of a 14-day quarantine. Just remember that. Negative test does not mean you don't have to quarantine if you have been exposed. We do realize that there is a huge mental health component to this. It's 9 months in. We're exhausted. Unfortunately, the virus is not. It's kind of we knew it was coming with the numbers going up right now. This whole time we've said we're going to see a dip in August and September. But as soon as it starts getting colder and we're all inside a little more, we're going to see those cases go back up again, and we have. So right now it's time to start taking those additional community precautions as well. Think twice about whether it's really essential for you to be out in the community. Beyond your job, beyond going out for those essential things you need from a grocery store, is that trip absolutely necessary? Because there is no safe place right now. There are safer places, like the mitigation strategies we have, but there is no safe place right now. So just know that we're trying to get the message out to people as much as possible. If there are staff members that we can help with, we have a behavioral health division with experts in mental health who are able to serve as those resources to anyone within the schools and anyone in our community. So the resources are there. We will continue to get the message out because we know how important it is. The Maryland Department of Health, as well as our health department, is really focusing on those aspects of depression and things that you can do to alleviate those. You may not be able to go out into public spaces, but remembering that physical activity is always a great idea. The better shape that you're in, the better you are to combat this illness if you get it. So remembering that being outdoors with those within your household and maintaining your distance and getting that physical activity and sunshine is going to help for your mental health, as well as if you come in contact with the virus.
I think it's important. I just think that mental health is huge right now. I'm exhausted. Like so we're all exhausted.
Me too.
But being the teacher that's teaching virtually as well, that's exhausted in itself, and the fear that comes along with it. To hear her, it's her and 3 other ladies. To hear it is a whole nother thing, and they're seeking answers, and all I know is pray, but that might not be their thing. I know pray, but we have to be able to say this is kind of the number you call. I don't know if they have that number.
They can call our hotline at any
Add
time.
2 things. We've been recommending to everyone that's called the EAP. And we have a partnership with them, and they offer a pretty robust mental health services that are free to any employee who would like to take advantage. The second thing for the school system, and I think that this is very, very important with what you said, Ms. Wilson, and about what Ms. Battle-Lockhart is saying about the anxiety and what do we do, one of the best things we can do is be responsive to people. So when they feel like they've been exposed or they have a serious concern and they're calling, that we're responsive to them. And Jason Stoddard and Nikki Majors and Charlene Ogborn have been calling folks back until late in the night, trying to get to everyone within a 24-hour period so that we are answering them and we are there for them. It's when you call or you send an email and you don't hear anything that causes more anxiety. So it is really our responsibility, no matter how large the volume is that we are all trying very hard to be as responsive to everyone. The answers may not be what everyone wants because we do have to follow consistent procedures, but to respect folks and to give them honest answers helps. And so I just want to reassure you that we are committed, all of us, to being as responsible as we possibly can when people are reaching out to us. That just to talk through, I went to dinner last night. I mean, this happened last night. I went to dinner last night. I think I might have been, and to allow us to help guide them seems to help reduce some of the anxiety. But honestly, we have been recommending the EAP to many, many folks, and we're not having many folks take us up on the offer. So
can I stop you? EAP is Employee Assistance Program. It is free to employees of Charles County Public Schools, and what we'll do, Katie O'Malley Simpson, if you're listening, is we'll post that number and information on our website so that folks can take advantage of it.
And if somebody has a public health question, the health department hotline is open 7 days a week, 301-609-6717. And a public health professional will answer the phone and talk you through it. These people have been trained on what the resources are and what the response should be to different scenarios. So 301-609-6717, and we're open 7 days a week.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Lukas?
Hi, thank you, Ms. McGraw. Thank you very much, Ms. Starn, for being here today. Just a couple of questions. And Dr. Hill, at any time prior to moving to phase 2, and Ms. Starn, if you know too, did the health department, were they asked directly or did they offer directly whether they thought it was a good idea for us to move into phase 2?
I can tell you that yes, I have had that conversation with Dr. Abney directly and asked her whether or not she would support a move to phase 2. And then when we had our group phone call after the individual conversation, which was several days previous, I again asked, are you still in support of the move to phase 2? And the answer was affirmative in both of those cases.
Okay, I'm looking at the graph, the chart that you sent out, and maybe it's a question of semantics. The little flow chart had it up before. And the bottom where it says, reassess if new case rate is plus or 2 of 100,000 or positivity rate increases 1.5% within 2 weeks. And I appreciate the decision made last week, and I was not in favor of moving into phase 2. I thought that we had met those criteria the week before. And so moving forward, I'd just like to understand, when a decision is going to be made and perhaps understand that number a little later. And it says reassess, and reassess is not very specific, but we certainly tripped both of those things the week before, and it continued to increase for the following week. So again, just moving forward, when we look at the data, just so we know that we're all talking the same language. And maybe that's not something anyone's prepared to answer now, but I'd like to have that discussion sooner rather than later. For all the reasons, too, that Ms. Starn, that you mentioned, and with the holidays approaching, I mean, things are only going to get worse, and we have all these rules in place, but people aren't always going to follow them, and school systems, not just our school systems, are one of the few places that are trying to bring the majority of their employees back. I can tell you all over the federal government, that's certainly not the case. In a private industry, I know it's not the case in many instances. So we're trying to do something that a lot of people aren't even attempting, and it's for a noble reason. But again, I think finding that balance, as you mentioned, Dr. Hill, of getting people accustomed to coming back. I just don't think, with the limited amount of students in phase 2, that having every teacher there immediately, I think, is the best thing. Easing into that to see how our systems work, bringing back a smaller amount of employees to make sure that our procedures are being followed. There's several other counties in the state that did that. They essentially got to our phase 2, but they started with like one subgroup at a time in phase 2 and worked their way up to that. So just food for thought moving forward.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry. Amy, I have a question in regards to the applications for accommodations. So now that we are not moving forward, are we still in the process of processing and going through the application still, just to be prepared for whenever we move?
So anyone at any time can always apply for accommodation. So if there's, an accommodation that a doctor is requesting, they can submit that at any time.
Okay. So I think last time we talked, it was about 400 something people. Are we?
571
Okay.
is where we are right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, have asked or have you been given?
That have requested.
Okay.
Yeah.
571 total requests for accommodations have been received. Certificated were 438, non-certificated 103. 181 have been approved.
Okay. Approved.
Part of that process, that interactive process that happens between HR and our employees, involves reviewing what the doctor has written on the form. And so if any employee is looking to go through this process, please ask your doctor to be comprehensive in his or her answers, because if we don't have the documented need, then we wouldn't approve the request.
Yeah.
And just also keep in mind that some of, people have in their mind that if you're asking for an accommodation, it's telework.
Yeah,
and that's not the case, that there have been many situations where, folks would like to have a mask and a face shield. So many of the requests have been for additional PPE. So it's not always just teleworking.
Okay. But these applications are still going to be worked on, like, to prepare for if we transition it somewhere in the future.
To phase
It's not
2.
Yeah.
Right.
So we'll have the time to really review them now without having to bring the kids back and still trying to do that as well. So would that be the main focus right now?
They are still working on reviewing any kind of outstanding or pending accommodation request. I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but I'm going to say it because it's true and it's fair. For phase 2, as Mr. Lukas pointed out, we can operate the school system with a smaller number of staff members in buildings because we have a smaller number of kids in buildings. But moving beyond phase 2, we need every adult, all hands on deck, to supervise properly our community's children. So there will come a point in time in which we have to together make a decision. Can we staff our buildings appropriately, allowing all of these accommodations, or can we not? I mean, we've already hired 50 people to stand in for teachers who have been given accommodations, rightfully so. But at some point, we have to determine, we have to weigh the business need, which for us is providing public education and appropriate supervision to children, versus the employee need. And those are on a scale. And in phase 2, we can make it work. But any phase beyond that, we are struggling with how we would appropriately staff our school buildings with more of our children back. And so I just need that, all of us to begin to think about that, because it has been keeping us up at night for weeks. Because it's our responsibility to be responsible employers and hear our employees' needs, but it's also our responsibility and our mission the day before Veterans Day to provide public education to children. So we're going to, at some point together, have to make a decision of which is the more important function.
Yeah, I agree. It's just a matter of watching just the numbers from our last meeting to here has just, with the staff alone, is growing with the COVID cases. So that's just a great concern, as I would love, for my daughter to be back in the building. I would love for her, but that's just with the small people that we have now. So that's just the greatest concern that I have as we move forward in the flu season, winter time, and all those things. So I just wanted to make sure that I asked that question. Thank you for your time in answering.
Mr. Lukas?
Not my original question, but to tag on to what Dr. Hill said, any subsequent phase, I think that's also a function of how many people would choose to come back in those phases as well. As I said before, if you volunteer to come back as a student and as a parent in that decision, I really think that a staff member ought to have maximum, an allowance for that opportunity to the maximum extent possible. And I want to come back again. Don't forget that graph, please, because I'm still not comfortable entirely with how the decision was made, because again, I think we tripped those the week prior on the 29th. But what I wanted to touch on was, people think of COVID that, well, you're going to get it and you're going to be okay, or you're going to get it and you're going to be really, really bad, up to including being in the hospital. And from what I've read, and perhaps you can comment, ma'am, there's other effects, that long-lasting effects that can be attributed to COVID. And in talking about granting telework exceptions, for me, and to me, if you're a teacher or a staff member and you're pregnant, I don't think you should have to be in a school building. And I'll just put it as simply as that, because we just don't know completely what the effects are. And I think you really ought to take that into consideration. And ma'am, if you could comment on longer lasting effects that, and I know this is new for everybody, besides just getting sick for a couple of weeks, I've heard a bunch of things, and if you're willing or able to comment, I'd appreciate it.
We've all heard a lot of things.
Yeah.
The problem is, we don't know the long-term effects because we haven't had this around long-term to know them. Right now, so studies are showing that there are effects that last beyond that contagious period that you have, such as heart problems, lung issues. So there are other effects that we may see because it is a virus, and there are other ones such as rheumatic fever, where people often have those lifelong issues, and this may be similar to that. We'll just learn as we go. I did want to address your other question of, remember that these are 2 measures. They're 2 out of a lot of measures that we're looking at every day. So our decisions are made on looking at the whole picture. So when we provide support or guidance to an agency, it's looking at the whole picture of COVID in our community. So percent positivity. It is an indicator of what your community spread has looked like. It's not meant for us to analyze every single day on what that number is. It is meant to show us the trends and what it looks like. So when we start to see, we were seeing those very small increases, but then when we started seeing those bigger increases, that's when we become more concerned. So it is a measure that you look at for what does the community spread look like, and how is it going in your community. It's not something we just want to analyze every single day. Oh my gosh, it went up 0.2%. The case rate as well. That one is the indicator of how many new cases you had in that last week. We're looking at them from a 7-day average so that it gives us a little bigger sample size and a more reliable statistic. So when we start to see it rise as well, then we know, again, we have a greater community spread. But then we also have to look at it with the other numbers as well. What do our deaths look like right now? What do our hospitalizations look like? On more than just the hospitalizations, where are they at in the hospital? Are they in acute care or are they in ICU? Then we need to look at how many ventilators do we have available? So how many of those people who are in there are on a ventilator as well? We're also looking at 911 calls and EMS transports to see how many of those are PUIs. So when I start to see increases in all of those different measures and everything starts looking in the wrong direction, that's when I start to say, okay, now we need to reevaluate. I give the data every day to Michael with the school system with an explanation. And I think it's really important. A big part of my job is giving this context that goes with that data and not just throwing a bunch of numbers out to people every single day. You have to understand the reason behind that data. When we talked last, these numbers were getting really close to that reassess point. We made it known. Yes, things are starting to look bad for us. So far, they have been small increases. Right after that, they became larger increases, and that was when the decision was made to stay in phase 1. And we'll continue to talk about that. There's always a story behind the data that we have to remember. So these are measures that, yes, are important, but they're just small pieces of the whole puzzle.
Sure. To that point, thank you very much. That was a really good overarching explanation. You know, and I'm not trying to trivialize this, but when you look in the middle of February and it's 35 degrees and raining in Waldorf, but it's 30 degrees and 6 inches of snow in the ground in Nanjemoy, we close the whole system, okay? So you have data that, you know, perhaps can show where most of this is happening in the county, and there might be some areas of the school system where it is much more acceptable to have people from that area in the schoolhouse versus others, and logistically, perhaps that's too hard of a hurdle to overcome, but in that balance of trying to provide education to as many kids as possible while at the same time keeping a level of public safety, is that something that you're able to pinpoint?
I already provide that data. I look at the number of positives, what is the change in the number of positive cases in every single zip code in the county, as well as how many people are being tested that were negative, and then calculate a case rate so that you have a standardized measure for every single one of those. Because yes, we may see more cases in one region of the county because that's where most of the county lives.
Sure. Yeah.
But maybe the rate isn't as high as another region. And then you have to take into account what the reason is that it might be higher. So for us, for a long time, the highest case rate was in that little tiny piece of Charlotte Hall. Why is that? Because that's where the veterans home is at. And they were having a huge outbreak. So obviously that zip code had the highest case rate than any other within the county. So I'm looking at that data every single day. I'm giving it to the county. The county puts it in their sit rep reports that goes out to the school system and all of our other agencies to look at as well. So I am monitoring that data. I'm looking at it by zip code. I'm looking at it by race. I'm looking at it by age, I'm looking at it by ethnicity. Is there anything that stands out? And that's for the cases as well as our desks, as well as our hospitalizations. Is there anything that stands out to me that looks different than what I would expect to see? And as soon as I do, then I'm going to the health officer and we're having those discussions. Because maybe this is an opportunity where we need to do better outreach in that community. And that's where we need to go with masks, because maybe their mask usage is lower than someplace else. Or maybe that's where our next testing needs to be, because the only people who are being tested from those zip codes are the people who are symptomatic and more likely to be positive. And so that would make their percent positivity higher than than another region, because the only people being tested are the ones who are actually positive. So we're adjusting our response based on that data by the county level and by the zip code level.
Thanks very much for being here, Ms. Starn. Really appreciate it.
We thank you very much, both to Dr. Hill and Amy, but also to Ms. Starn for sharing your expertise with us today. You certainly gave us a lot of food for thought and answers to many questions that we've had, so thank you all very much.
We appreciate your partnership.
Thanks, Amber.
So, Ms. Hollstein, let's just stay where you are, and we'll have Ms. Charmaine Thompson join you.
Ms. Thompson to join me. Hello. Okay, good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
So as Dr. Hill and Ms. Wilson said, we punted a little bit on our presentation today because we were going to come and show our first day successes and how we prepared, but we decided that it would be great for you and for the community just to get a small taste of all of the hard work behind the scenes that everyone really has come together. Every department has had a place at the table to get ready for phase 2. I think we've said over and over, our teachers, our instructional assistants, our principals, our food service workers, just everyone has been just absolutely amazing. And I think, Ian, when you were speaking today, you really validated and touched my heart, because we have an instructional staff that every day are getting better and better at providing virtual instruction and trying so desperately hard not to lose any students in the process of this pandemic. But we thought it would be a good idea to share what will phase 2 look like, so that we can look to the future and maybe get a little excited about when we can safely bring students back. What is this even going to look like? So this is an idea of how we have begun to prepare. Pausing does give us a little bit more time for teachers to practice. But I want to start just by defining what hybrid instruction is, because in education, we tend to come up with a lot of different terms. It's just who we are. And a lot of the confusion happens because we use different words that mean the same thing, and then folks get confused. So we're calling our model hybrid instruction, and what that really means is that we will have our instructional staff in their classrooms, and they will be teaching the students that have selected to come back to in-person. They will be in front of them in their classrooms, teaching like they normally would from their teaching station. And while they are teaching, they will be basically live streamed to the students at home. Okay, so we knew that we did not want students to come back to the building and not have a robust instructional delivery method. It really wouldn't have made sense if teachers were just going to be teaching from their computer the way that a lot of us are doing now, although I have to tell you, amazing how teachers have moved away from their computers now that we've provided them some training in webcams. So Charmaine is an absolute expert in this field. She has taught me so much about using instructional technology to be able to provide everything that we need to do in this kind of platform. So that's what hybrid instruction is. Teachers will be teaching from their classrooms, and I will be projecting to the children at home while I'm also teaching the children in the building. So what do we need to do to get ready for that? So on October 14th, Ms. Thompson and I started a professional development plan where we wanted to just provide a basic understanding of hybrid instruction, not give too much too quickly, because that overwhelms people that are already overwhelmed with workload. So, and I'm going to let Ms. Thompson talk a little bit more detail in a moment. So we started with just what does it look like? And Charmaine traveled across the county and went into different classrooms to show all the different ways that you could set this up, because we know a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we wanted to show folks what this could look like. And then on October 28th, we did a similar pre-K through 5th grade training, but now we wanted to add another layer. So once we've established what hybrid instruction looks like, now we needed to bring in the specific content. So the next training was content-based, level-based, with hybrid instruction as our baseline. Here's what this could look like in a pre-K classroom. Here's what this could look like in a science classroom. Here's what this could look like in a PE classroom. And then the next piece is the next week training. All of the content folks then worked with their specific teachers, helping them see how this could look and also helping them with planning. So for example, Sheila Heddle worked with all the middle school math teachers, and what happens in those meetings is so much collaboration, more than we could ever plan, because we have talented teachers in this county. So although we get them started, they have figured out all kinds of ways to provide this instruction in ways that we didn't even think of. So these Wednesday planning sessions have really become a cross-school collaboration that we've wanted for years. So we continue to find little silver linings instructionally in the current situation that we are in. So moving forward, we will continue to have all of the professional development on Wednesdays, which are our asynchronous days. I do want to say, because I know you hear from a lot of staff, that we are committed to continuing with our plan for Wednesdays. We have agreed that this is a time that teachers need more than just a 45-minute planning time. It's not enough time. So, for example, tomorrow's Veterans Day, and normally we would do a half-day professional development, whole-day professional development, but we are only doing a 75-minute training in the morning, which is more on hybrid, to give the teachers the whole rest of the morning to work on things that they need to do. And we are committed to continuing to do that. So Wednesdays, we are adding all of that extra time so that our folks have more time for planning, because we know it's critical. And then in the afternoons, principals do have department meetings and staff meetings, but they're also very careful to make sure that they're not overwhelming teachers with too many meetings, to give them more time as well. So Wednesdays will continue to follow as long as we are in phase 1 and phase 2. Okay, Renee, you can go to the next one. So the next piece that we'll be sending out is that I've asked all of the instructional folks to go into SharePoint, into our curriculum, and look at the lesson plans that we already have developed, and to add information into the lesson plan, providing guidance on hybrid instruction, so that teachers will be able to log into SharePoint, look at their second quarter curriculum, and not for, obviously for every lesson, but for many lessons, have examples of how they could use Nearpod, or how they could use Desmos, which is a computer app that we're using in math classes, just to help them and take some of the planning off of their plate. And we know that once we give a model, then it's easier for teachers to use that model moving forward when they plan lessons. So I just added a few examples of all of the different ways that we're revising the curriculum right now. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Thompson for you to kind of give a little summary of the great job that you did.
Yes, and I'll be honest, I don't take the credit for this. I've given the credit to the teachers. I pretty much did a webinar. I taught online for 10 years, but I did a webinar with teachers, and I went throughout the district just kind of showing them the various ways they may want to set up their classrooms to support hybrid instruction, which is teaching, as Amy described, teaching to students in the class as well as synchronously to students that are online. And I pretty much just tried to think, because I'll be honest, there's not one classroom in our district that's alike, and all of them have different technologies. They're set up, configured differently. So there was no one way I could say, this is how you should set up your room. I more so wanted to provide examples for how they could set up their rooms. So next slide, Renee, if you don't mind. I just kind of went through the district, just showing different various ways that they can set up. I do want to say that I found the most joy in going out to the schools. Over the past 3 or 4 weeks, I've been out going to schools, meeting with teachers, talking them through this, just trying to help them think, what does this look like? And to be honest, it could be anything from, we still have LCDs, which are the projectors on carts. We have some classrooms have smart boards, some don't. Some may need a tripod because of the way their classrooms are set up. Some, as we went through these exercises, realizes we need longer cables or different types of cables. These individuals don't know I'm about to shout them out, but I am, because I just like to give credit where credit is due. Since the beginning of this, I'll first shout out Mike Heiser at Steedham. He's the vice principal at Steedham Education Center. He and Curry, Heiser, recommended some of the technology we should look into, and they were the first to produce a video to kind of give a visual of what this should look like. I also want to give a shout out to Gwendolyn Todd. She's a high school resource teacher at Madonna High School. She rolled her sleeves up to figure out what is this going to look like for the teachers in my school and how can I help them. She was one of my hybrid helpers. I trained a group in each school of hybrid assisters, and she figured out different types of scenarios, what types of technology that they may need, and helping the teachers in her school. I also want to shout out Aaron Moore and Abigail Nichols at Craik Elementary School. They too were early adopters coming into the classroom, trying to figure out what is hybrid, how are we going to do this, how are we going to teach our students. And lastly, I want to shout out Katie Dexter at Middleton Elementary School. She too put together a video for a whole and small group instruction of how that would look like. She didn't have fancy equipment. She was using her laptop and just made a homemade video. And teachers really were grateful for that. Because a lot of times as a tech person, me showing them, this is how easy it is, it doesn't sit, well, it best comes from their peers, because they know that, okay, you teach like I do. And when I used to, when I was a director of technology back at Sitwell Friends, I used to go out and seek the less tech-savvy person to be my trainers, because a lot of times people would see, well, if they can do it, so can I. So I just want to shout out the teachers in Charles County Public Schools. When they realized that this was something coming, they came in, they rolled up their sleeves, and they said, we're going to figure this out and we're going to do this. The technology we purchased was only to help enhance their learning environments. And I also want to shout out my own executive director of IT strategy, Laura Bennett. I have hit her every day. I need you to order 2,000 of this, 2,000 of that. And she's been working with one of the top AV specialists in the state to figure out what are the best technology tools we can buy. So I just wanted to shout out the teachers. I take none of the credit, because they too have worked tremendous hours to come in these classrooms and figure this out. So I echo what Dr. Hill and Amy said earlier, in that coming in and figuring this out is really going to help. I helped a teacher the other day. She was in tears trying to figure out what this looked like. Her anxiety level was so high. It was the teacher that I believe you spoke of, Ms. Battle-Lockhart here. She was having some other issues as well, but after I sat with her 10 minutes, I kind of let her figure it out, and she was like, oh my goodness, this is so easy. She was so ecstatic when I left, but I just want to echo, the more they come in and practice with the technology tools and get used to it, this is a new style of teaching and learning, and I think they're gonna do well. And I just wanted to say thank you, and that's pretty much all I have to say. Unless you have any questions.
So for each classroom, they all have the webcam now. And we also have in the Bluetooth headsets. So, and we've tested that with our deaf and hard of hearing staff to make sure that if they put the microphone inside their mask, because we were concerned about that, they're excellent quality. The cords have come in, partially, so as they come in, we send out everything. Charmaine's folks do a great job of that. The only piece that we're really waiting on right now are the stylus pads, and that is truly icing for us. Because what we wanted is we wanted to give teachers freedom from their laptop. So we have ordered the stylus pads so that I can be anywhere in my classroom, and if there are children waiting in the waiting room, I can admit them from the wireless stylus. If I want to bring up a document and have it on the smart board so the children in the classroom can see, but also have it up so the children online can see, I don't have to go to my laptop and be tied to my laptop. These wireless stylus pads will allow them to have freedom all around their classroom. And as Ms. Thompson said, Mike Kaiser and Curry Werkheiser really are the ones who found that for us, and Michael Julius. And then on top of that, we have this phenomenal budget department led by Karen Acton, who is figuring out how to pay for all of this. Okay, and I can't thank her enough. She's new to Charles County, and what she has figured out with managing these grants that are so complicated. So, you know, you want all these things, but you also have to pay for them. And then we have an expert here who has relationships with companies who call her and say, hey, we have a surprise shipment, do you want it? Because this is like getting the Cabbage Patch dolls back when my kids were little. You can't get these things. It's impossible. And Microsoft is calling her. And that's how we were able to get a lot of the things that we have because of this relationship. So as you can tell, we are excited. We think that this isn't just going to give us a way to reach both groups, but this is going to change education in Charles County forever. So we are very excited. Just the fact that we are almost one-to-one is something I really never thought I would see in my tenure, just because of the expense. And then the professional development, we're forced to do it, and now we're getting good at it. So I did read last week, and it kind of made me laugh that someone in my position came out because people were talking about snow days, and we never have to have another snow day now. And the person said, oh, please don't do that. We've taken so much away from children right now. Don't take the snow days away from them.
Wait a year at least.
Yeah, yes. So with all that being said, we are confident that we are going to be able to open up instructionally in phase 2. We're hopeful that we can bring teachers in to keep practicing, because it does seem like a lot of the anxiety is of the unknown. And when we have staff go in and work with them, you can just see the anxiety go down, that it's really not as difficult.
Okay. That was Ms. Lockhart and Ms. Wilson.
I just have a question in regards to the email that came out about Zoom. Like, is something happening different with the Zoom if you haven't downloaded it by a certain time or something? What's that all about?
That one.
Yeah, that was, Zoom makes constant updates, so the best way to ensure that they have the latest is to download the Zoom app. So going through the web browser, that is pretty much limiting. So that's why when Zoom came out, that's why we had to put that out for them to download the app to go through.
Okay.
And it really was, if you have children, you look at the button to join, and the bigger button is the one that a lot of kids pick. And when they go in that way, we were worried about the stability of bringing in all the kids, so it provides much more stability if you go in through the web browser, and that's why we wanted them to know, go in this way as we bring kids in. It wasn't any change in Zoom, it was just to make sure that we didn't want anything to crash.
Yeah.
And kids tend to pick the bigger button.
And I think they were worried about it doing it by Friday, so it's kind of scary if they didn't have it, it wasn't gonna work.
Yeah, it's all set.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wilson?
Ironically, I mentioned this in correspondence when I visited Miss Farrell's science class. She wears hearing aids, and she alluded to the piece that you were talking about, and she had every gadget that you could think of, very technological savvy. The other thing that I would, I went by Pickle Waxon to look at the guided vestibule, and Mr. Martin just kind of guided me in, and he showed me the classroom setup for what would have been opening of school this week, and how the chairs were situated where you would rotate one class in. This would be the A tables, and everybody would sit at the A tables, and then the next class would rotate, they would sit in at the B table, and I mean, he walked, even though I didn't ask for it, he kind of walked the dog on all of that. But having said all of that, you kind of covered my questions a little bit about equipment shortages and back orders, and I know at one time hotspots are a hot commodity, no pun intended. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for? Are you pretty much, would you say your supply, IT-wise, is caught up?
Yes.
Then the last thing I would, next to the last thing is help desk backlog. Where would you assess where we at in terms of the help desk? You answered a lot of questions via the help desk. Would you say we're pretty much?
Yeah, we're in the green there. Obviously, we got thousands, especially since March, and it didn't stop. Even moving to phase, when we were preparing to move to phase 2, we saw an uptick. Even then, now going back to phase 1, I expected we were going to see an uptick in parents saying, well, I didn't at first need a hotspot, now I do. And now I really didn't think I was going to need this laptop, now I do. So I had already prepped my staff, prepared my staff for that. This has been an all hands on deck since March. We haven't let up. I'll be honest, we thought, we get a little break going to phase 2, but we didn't. It was more work. But my staff has been all hands on deck answering those help desk tickets. I mean, I still to this day take calls at my desk. I have parents that have my number memorized and they call when they have tech issues. So we're still managing that, but it's definitely in better shape than it was, because obviously we're limited with the amount of staff that we have in answering the amount of calls and requests we were getting for tech support. And I will also say thank you to the Office of Accountability. They stepped in and they helped out a lot with those help requests, especially with Zoom and Synergy. So it's really been an all hands on deck. And I think we've took a big bite out of the outstanding requests that we had. And we even took on some more temporary IAs to help. So it's been a lot of hard work, but we've definitely, I think, pushed the envelope on that.
Most schools have an IT expert in the building.
Most. And our middle and elementary, they share, and that is something that I have proposed to Dr. Hill of increasing our staffing. Principals have been telling me that since I got hired. We need our CA here full time, and that has been an issue. Matter of fact, I was at a school yesterday where the CA, he shares a school, and it's just really hard to meet the needs of every school when we've increased technology by 200 to 400% in some of these buildings, and they're trying to do everything that they can. But realistically, if you think about it, our high schools have one assigned, middle and elementary share. So they have a split schedule. They may be at that school Tuesdays and Thursdays, they may be at the other school Mondays and Wednesdays, and split a day Friday. It just, and to be quite honest with you, with us preparing to move to phase 2, a lot of the teachers had not been in their classrooms. So when they started coming back just this past week, it was an uptick in help desk requests to say, I need this, I need that. And so it was hard. And, that's why I was out in the schools trying to help as much as I could, supporting teachers, but just, we are limited with the staffing that we do have, unfortunately.
So lastly, and I don't know, I wouldn't expect for you to answer the question today, but at some point, whether it be in an update, talk about COVID funding or any special, as I look at the budget expert, because I have come across some newspaper articles indicating that not all the money has been distributed to COVID. And I'm just curious to know, have we gotten a reasonable share? Is how much, if any, is outstanding to make sure? Because I'm sure that you've had to cover a lot of cost. And I think that would be worth some consideration, because this was a very expensive ordeal for all of us, and particularly when you're talking about IT stuff.
We
and
can
of course,
certainly provide a report at the December meeting if the board would like. Ms. Acton has everything laid out in a chart, how much has been spent, how much has been awarded, and what it got spent on.
Okay.
Ms. Wilson, the other thing when you talk about help desk that we're looking at doing at the school level, because this worked very well when Katie O'Malley Simpson and Mr. Eichel worked together, and we had those evenings where people could come in and get hands-on help. I think that the next phase we need to offer to parents, or we need to help some folks with the Dropbox, because we continue to hear issues that kids are having trouble uploading their assignments. And so I'm asking principals to think about, if they're having that issue in their community, that we host some more nights where families could come in and learn how to use the Dropbox more efficiently, because that's still causing some anxiety for some kids being able to turn in their work. And then when you bring up hotspots, that truly is one of the areas that we are really worried about, because we do have families that the hotspots don't work. They're in a dead zone, and we are not able to provide the instruction that these kids need. And so we know why we paused. We had to, but there are families and there are children right now that are not getting the education that they deserve. And when you talk to the parents, it is heart-wrenching of how they're in their vehicle, you know, driving and sitting in parking lots. And, you know, it is heart-wrenching for these children who are trying really hard, but the hotspots just don't work everywhere.
Okay. Well, we thank you, ladies, very, very much.
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please excuse me, Ms. Hancock.
Touch on, thank you for your presentation. In regards to what you said, Ms. Hollstein, do we have enough internet cafes set up to I know we can't beat that problem 100%, but do we have enough set up to try to alleviate that?
That's our next expansion,
Okay.
is that we have the 2 that were already set up and running. But I spoke to principals last week to look at their community needs and look to see where else we can offer the internet cafe. It won't totally solve the problem, because families can't sometimes, they have to work. And so they can't come with their child to sit in the internet cafe. But we're looking at some creative ways to be able to maybe offer some more opportunities for that, especially at the high school level, because the kids can drive themselves. So that will be the next thing that hopefully we'll be able to roll out, are some more opportunities for some internet cafes. And, you know, I think you're all aware of this, but, you know, we've given a lot of shout outs today, and I would be remiss if I didn't do the same for our principals. We meet every single week, and we do it by level because the concerns are so different right now. So Mr. Jones and Dr. Gill and I meet every single week, and I think that's why we've had such a great flow of communication. And they are so invested in this. So I have to stop for a minute and just thank our administrators, because they have been phenomenal. And, you know, when we told them we were going to have to pause, you know, that was one of the things right away. Can we open up an internet cafe? Because they want to be there to support their students.
And one more thing, Ms. Thompson, last time I saw you, I think, was the first week of school. And I want to, and I mean this as a father, you should be very proud of what you and your team have done. It's a pleasant experience. I don't have to do much of anything. My kids, they can do it better than me, and it's awesome. Thank you.
Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Charmaine.
So we're about 10 minutes behind. We're going to stop and take a break, 10-minute break, before we move into the student presentation. So 3:10, please be back. Alrighty, next on the presentation is Mr. Hurd, Student Board Member. Ready?
We appreciate this opportunity to provide a report on student member voting rights. And I want to begin this presentation by introducing Jason Wu, the state student member of the board, and Tanae Kidd, the Charles County Association of Student Council's president. I'm very grateful for both of these individuals giving us their time today and both making the drive, especially Jason from Montgomery County to be with us here today. Before we get into the proposal, I wanted to give a comprehensive background on what this position is, what created it, and what it looks like across the state. There's a lot of misconceptions, and I thought that before we get into the discussion and the proposal itself, it would be good to understand what truly is the student member of the board. The student member position was created in state law, and that is why our proposal is going to have to be done through the state legislature. I'm not going to read this word for word, but it's worth noting that what we see from day to day, number 4, I indicate a preference for or against any question for the board, and number 2, that the Charles County Association of Student Councils plays a role in the election process. And this position is an elected position, which I did see some misconceptions about. So for the election process, I'm going to let Tanae elaborate on that.
Hello, thank you all for having us today. So as you said, I'm Tanae Kidd, I'm the president of CCPS-TV, and we take great pride in the way we run our elections. We've heard your all's concern regarding how can we guarantee an adequate candidate who actually gets to vote on SMILE. This is why we revitalized and modified our election process to accommodate to these concerns you all have, starting with the application. So each high school gets to choose one candidate to actually represent the high school and run for SMILE. If there are more than 3 candidates who actually want to run, we put them into an interview process with a selection committee. And this committee is made up of CCSC's president, our current SMILE, all of our current liaisons, and every current advisor. This means there's 17 members who actually have an input on if these students are even capable of doing the position before they even get to the election process. So from there, we check their eligibility by talking to their principals, and we also make sure they're actually active in SGA, because there's no point of running a position you don't actually comprehend. So we get all that done before we even start the election. In order to put in an application, they have to write a 500-word essay identifying and discussing an issue of a student concern and proposing a possible solution to this. This is so we can get an understanding if they know what they're getting into. We want to make sure our student member of the board actually has a connection with the students and actually has solutions to the problems the students face each day. Then after the essay, each candidate that actually moves on past that, they're interviewed by, once again, the selection committee, and that's made up of us. All participants that are interviewed, it's usually taking 15 to 10 minutes, and each question is actually curated for that specific candidate by going through their essays and talking to their advisors and finding out the certain information that we need from them. And within that selection committee, we score, and whoever has the highest score actually moves on, and there's 3 people. So if there's 7 high schools, 7 representatives, only 3 of them actually make it to the election. We do all this so we can make sure the candidate itself, like themselves, are actual good candidates for this position, because this position holds a lot of value, and they're the main representation on the board for us. And the results of our process of interview is we always make sure our CCSA advisor, the coordinator of all student activities, Mr. Lee, approves it. It's not just student-based, we also like to include the adults in the process. Then we get on to the actual election itself. This year, we're very proud to say that we've actually made a way that the election can reach every student in Charles County, well, every secondary student in Charles County. We do this by using Google Forms. With Google Forms, we apply the application domain required, so students have to put in their student ID and their password in order to actually vote. Before they actually vote, they have to go through a process of watching the campaign videos, which we upload on an unsolicited YouTube page, so it's non-biased whatsoever. No one has a leg up in the campaign, no one has a leg up in the election, so it's all an even playing field. And we also do a Q&A by letting students submit questions on a Google form, and our advisor skims through all the questions, selects the prime ones, and we have to answer those before we can even get to the election. And then when we get the election going, people vote via the Google form. We use the 1, 2, 3, the first, second, third process, where if you do not get 50% of first place, we consider the second candidate, and we do this over and over again until we actually get a candidate who got the majority. And then from there, once again, we include the adults. No matter what step we're on, we always run it past our CCSC advisor, we run it past our coordinator of student activities, Mr. Lee, and we just make sure you guys get a say in what's actually going on when we're selecting our SMOB. And even after the whole entire election process, once again, we do a step further. We make it mandatory for the newly elected SMOB to go to the May board meeting, because our election's held in May, and they must go to this board meeting alongside the previous SMOB or the current SMOB, because they're still in the position at the moment. And during that meeting, they have to take notes, they have to be vetted, they have to be curated for this position so they can properly assume that position. So we genuinely take these multiple steps to ensure that our candidate is prepared, to ensure that our candidate knows what they're getting themselves into, and just to make sure the small position is filled by a valuable person.
That was really comprehensive, and I think you can imagine if we had that process for every elected official that exists in the history of the United States, we might have a lot of different candidates. So going next, I wanted to give a bird's eye view of our neighbors, because it's easy to look at what's going on in our county, but what does this look like in other counties? And later today, Jason's going to be a big help in understanding from a state's view, how do student members impact their boards of education, not just in Charles County, but across our larger community? So when we say full voting rights, we mean they act essentially as another member of the board. There is nothing off limits for them to vote on. In one case in Anne Arundel County, they even held the office of vice chairman. If you look, there's only 2 counties that go through with this full voting rights permission. And I put a star next to Montgomery County because they exclude negative personnel issues, which deals with immorality. But besides that, we essentially consider them full voting rights. When we look at some of our closer neighbors with partial voting rights, you can see that we have an extensive list, some Prince George's who touch us. And another concern that was brought to me when I had the discussion with all the board members on what this proposal looks like is we would have, in some cases, an even number of board members voting on proposals. And Jason is going to be able to get more into this after the presentation, but we would not be the first, and we certainly wouldn't be the last to have an even number. And even in Montgomery County, they have 8 members, which would be the exact same number as us, as well as Howard County. So I have heard the concerns about we're a smaller board, what would 8 members look like? These counties can answer that for us. Now, the best part, our proposal, what is it? Because we've heard a lot of talk about it, and for this, I want to read it verbatim, because I think it's really important that we understand exactly what we've put out there into this space. Our proposal says, a proposal to amend the annotated code of Maryland so that the student member on the Charles County Board of Education has voting rights in all matters except personnel. The student member serves as a representative of the students enrolled in the school system. This would bring Charles County in line with several other jurisdictions in the state which grant their student member voting rights. This is our proposal verbatim. This is all that's out there. Because if this proposal moves forward, it will be turned into a bill. But right now, this is what exists in this space. And before we move into that process, we're here with you all today to hear the discussion that happens. Next, what does that mean? In practice, that means our proposal will include voting rights on the budget, academic eligibility, code of conduct, school calendar, curriculum, and any other non-staff related issues that were to come to a vote before the board. Our proposal excludes personnel evaluations, teachers union negotiations, staff and hiring appointments, staff disciplinary action, and any other staff related issue. And our proposal is intended with the personnel exclusion to include anything that touches personnel. How did we get here? In the present, student leaders submitted a proposal to the county commissioners for their state legislative package. Every year, as I'm sure you guys know, the county commissioners send and put together bills for the General Assembly to approve that our county in its local jurisdiction has said, we want this. We've begun as a part of that process, and we hit the timeline to possibly have this included in their state legislative package if they move forward with it. After that point, after it being proposed, I have reached out and had the important discussions with all the board members on this board, and we've had lots of meaningful discussion that I'm sure will also come out today after this presentation. And in addition to this, student leaders have met with other local officials, including but not limited to commissioners and state delegates and state senators. In the past, CCASC sets student member voting rights as a priority in their platform. This isn't something that's new, and it has always been the heart of student government to provide that fundamental say. And we felt that the time was right and that the cards were lining up in order for us to bring this to your attention and bring this into the community this year. But the question always comes up, well, how did this start? It started a long time ago. In 1975, Anne Arundel County granted their student member full voting rights. And I know you're probably looking at that thinking that's a typo. We triple checked that. Anne Arundel County has led the forefront on this, and they've seen nothing but benefits and improvements to their decision-making process. Since that point, other counties have begun to move forward and adopt similar proposals, some, like Montgomery County, trying to bring it as close as possible to Anne Arundel's system, and others picking and choosing what they're comfortable with. But in all cases, as we will hear today, it has been beneficial to the decision-making process, and ultimately the decisions are better for everyone involved because of the student input. Where are we going? So what does this process look like? As I mentioned earlier, the first step for us was submitting our proposal to the commissioners. Now, as you can see, we are seeking your recommendation, and that has an invaluable input on this decision. You all obviously are going to be one of the most affected groups by this decision, and we think it's important that you all have the say, the opportunity to discuss it, and most importantly, the opportunity to tell us what your concerns are with our proposal so that we may compromise. Next, going on to step 2, which we will hopefully see in the future, the commissioners would vote on submitting the proposal as part of the state legislative package. From that point, the proposal, as I said, would be included in the state legislative package and go through Annapolis, the General Assembly process, the vetting through the committees, and then finally the floor vote. If it wasn't included in the state legislative package, it is also technically a possibility that our state delegation could sponsor this, and that is also useful if, for example, we miss a timeline or we miss our window of opportunity for a state legislative package. Next, I just wanted to splatter up there in the news the different ways that our student members across the state have been able to positively impact their community. And I know there's so many different ways we could go more in depth with this, but I just wanted to make a collage so you all could see that this isn't just a process issue, this is a product issue. We are going to see benefits. We're not just going to see the decision-making process include students, we're going to see the results of the decisions being ever more inclusive of the student voice and taking those considerations with tangible weight. And I just wanted to highlight especially Matt Post from Montgomery County. Through his role, he was able to get involved not only on a county level or a state level, but a national level. He advocated for national change in DC. And when we give our student members that capacity, it doesn't overwhelm them, they fill it. They fill that role. And if we give this role in our county that capacity, I can promise you, we are not going to maintain, we are going to expand and become more and more of an asset for you all to use in your decision-making process and be more involved in that decision-making process as stakeholders. And then the million-dollar question, why should we do this, right? And I've spent a lot of time talking, but I wanted to hand it over first to Tanae about why should we do this.
I've lived in a lot of counties in my life. I've moved around, I've been in multiple school systems, but Charles County, this county is just such an amazing county to be in. The student body itself is just the most determined and the most capable student body I've ever met. If you go to any person in CCSC, any delegate, you can hold a conversation with them about legislative processes, about youth-related bills, things prominent to us right now. It's because we actually concern ourselves with what's going on around us. We actually have our wonderful little phones to inform us about anything we really want to know. Even if we're not knowledgeable about the topic, you can guarantee we're going to go home and look it up so we can have our conversation tomorrow. We have the capacity to do this. This is why we should do this. Right now, communication between students and our board, our teachers, is at an all-time low. And it's not any of our faults. We are faced with a predicament that none of us wanted to be in. But right now, we really need to have a say in what's going on, because you guys are the ones who create the change. Our student member of the board, they are the bridge between us and you guys. They are the bridge between the people that create the change and the people that are directly affected by the change, us, the students. We're just asking you to support us, support our bridge to actually get things more and get students more involved, to get our input on matters that actually affect us, like eligibility, like curriculum and code of conduct. We always talk about how we want to change the dress code, or talk about how it's kind of difficult to be eligible for things when you have your own situations at home. But no one's hearing us but each other. Only our peers are hearing us. If our student member of the board, no matter now or later in the future, this is the first step to get there. This is the first step for our student member of the board to have a vote on matters, not any extra matters, nothing personnel, none of that, just stuff that actually affects the students directly. That's all we're asking for. This is why we should do this.
And then Jason, the state student member of the board, I also wanted to give him an opportunity to elaborate.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Ian. Good afternoon, Chairman McGraw, Superintendent Hill, and members of the Charles County Board of Education. My name is Jason Wu. I'm a senior at Poolsville High School and the current student member on the Maryland State Board of Education. I'd like to sincerely thank you for serving the students of Charles County, Maryland, and urge you to support efforts to expand the voting rights of the student member. The student member, also known as the SMOB, serves as the voice for all primary and secondary students within each local school system. I, as well as the SMOBs of Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, Baltimore City, Hartford County, Howard County, Prince George's County, and Montgomery County, possess the ability to vote on most, if not all, matters that come before our respective boards of education. Throughout the past 4 months since starting my term, I've been able to speak with and engage perspectives from students, parents, staff, faculty, and other constituents of our schools. Students in particular have reached out to me through hundreds of emails, phone calls, and social media messages every month. When the Board of Education voted on board priorities for the year, my peers told me their stories on struggling with mental health in schools. When the board worked to address the sports season being impacted by COVID-19, my peers informed me that they wanted to find a safe and responsible way to keep playing the sports that they loved. When the state board was tasked with setting guidelines for virtual learning, my peers expressed their concerns with getting access to technology at home. Hearing these perspectives of students have become an integral part of my role in representing the over 900,000 students of Maryland, and voting on these issues at hand allow me to put words into actions. Today, in these unprecedented times, we've seen the role that students play as an integral part of the policy making that directly impacts them. Implementing voting rights gives the students the ability to make their voices heard. Implementing voting rights gives students the ability to affect real change. And implementing voting rights gives the student member the ability to do what's right for the most and for all of the student body as a whole. In closing, I urge you to support the voting rights proposal for the Charles County SMOB. For the sake of perhaps our largest constituency, the students, we must ensure that they have an active role in making the decisions that impact them on a daily basis. Enabling the student member to vote on the matters that come before the board does just that. Thank you.
And before we get into discussion and questions, I also, if it's okay with Ms. McGraw, would like to give the liaisons an opportunity to comment.
Yes, go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Walker, and I am a senior at Lackey High School. I have been Lackey High School's liaison since the end of my freshman year. I spent 2 full years sitting as a liaison on this board. This is the 3rd student member of the board I've seen in action. Every member I've seen has started out the year with goals. Prisha, the student member of the board my sophomore year, wanted a more equitable dress code. Dewan, the student member of the board my junior year, wanted more representation for minorities and recognition from the board for said minorities. In order to complete their goals, they had to make numerous committees, work through adults, and present their ideas to a board that they cannot currently vote on. This year, Ian Hurd, the current student member of the board, strives to give the students a voice, and he wants to start with the process of obtaining voting rights for Charles County. It is very important, as the largest percent of people who are affected by the Board of Education's decisions, that we, the students, have a strong voice and a powerful voice. It is imperative that our voices matter, and we do everything we can to be heard. We have demonstrated that the students are responsible enough to manage a vote that not only represents the students, but benefits and takes into account all members of the community. And we will not let you down.
Good afternoon, Board of Education members. My name is Eric Valentine. As the liaison representing La Plata High School, I've been able to attend many conferences with CCAC and MASC. Through these experiences, I've made friends with student leaders from all across the state of Maryland. I've talked with them about the importance of student advocacy and learned a lot about their own efforts at their schools and how important a vote is to these issues. We've all witnessed student leaders' efforts and hard work here in our own county. Our student member of the board and CCAC officers past and present care so much about improving our school system for every student. With your support on this proposal, we can take the work of student leaders to the next level. We will improve our democracy by giving them a vote and real say on the issues that affect them directly. Thank you for your consideration of this important topic, and we appreciate you allowing us to have this discussion.
Welcome.
Questions and comments?
Board members? Go ahead, Mrs. Hancock.
First, want to thank you all for being here. You, the 3 of you, and 5 of you, if you count the liaisons, are certainly the future of government in this county, state, and country, and that is promising when you look at the current landscape. I can promise you that. So, and the way that you professionally uphold yourselves and the way you present your case, it's something to be commended. I want to thank you for that. Just a few questions. You and I have spoke on this, and I've told you, my thoughts on it. I could go one way or the other on it. Hypothetically speaking, you're a senior in high school. You make a vote. You get an email from an angry teacher that's one of your teachers. How would you handle that? Because that will happen.
Yeah. I think I would handle it with the same temperament that any adult board member would. And if you wouldn't mind, Jason could comment the kind of emails he receives as a state student member.
That'd be great.
Sure thing. So I'd say I receive a couple dozen messages around every week from not only students, but also teachers and parents and just all constituencies. They come through emails, mostly actually social media messages, and I respond to them. I try to respond to them as soon as possible and make sure that it's professional and that I respond to their concerns and make sure to convey it to the board as a whole.
Thank you.
No problem.
Other comments, questions regarding the proposal? Mr. Lukas?
So I'll echo the comments by Mr. Hancock. Each of you represents yourself very well. It's very encouraging to see how you handle yourself. And on your slide where you talk about what the proposal includes and what it excludes, I like that slide. For me, and just to bring it up, not that we're going to solve it here, but the budget and teachers' negotiations are not, one could argue they're not directly related, but they're certainly related. And so that might be something that as a board we would have to discuss. But there's some things up there that, quite frankly, I never thought about it that initially that were good, like the code of conduct and the school calendar, and the academic eligibility, and there's a few other things. I think it would do well to have your voice heard on that. But I just make the point to my fellow board members about the budget and the relation of that with negotiations.
Any other comments, Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of questions. Just bear with me because I'm trying to get a visual here. So we received several emails, and some of the emails included reference to systematic and structural change. Could you have you seen these emails? Do you know?
Are you referring to
why
public
you're
comments?
following?
It came through public forum?
Yes. It came through public forum, and they alluded to systematic and structural change. And so I made the assumption that maybe through interaction with your colleagues that what are the common themes of concerns, and I picked up on this numerous references to systematic and structural change. So you're not aware of what that's referring to?
I will give them both an opportunity to comment on it as well, but my understanding in that reference would be we're talking about this system, the Board of Education itself, and the decision-making process. And when they're saying a change, naturally there's going to be a change in the flow of the conversation if students have a voice. And with that regard, I also wanted to bring it back here to a conversation I had with Miss Abell, which I thought was really interesting. And it's the fact that the student member would be held accountable by students, but the decisions they would make and that vote that they would have would impact all members of our school system and our community. And I think that Jason has shown, and we will show to you, that we have a commitment to that vote not just benefiting students directly, but we understand the importance of that vote in affecting the school system as a whole beneficially. I know that there's a lot of times when I provide in my advisory capacity very student-oriented opinions. And when you look at it in the general scope, you can see that it weighs a little different. I understand that, and I think future student members would also understand that in their vote, that although they are held accountable by the students, they vote for the good of the entire school system. So I want to assure you with the comments and the way I'm taking them that systemically and through this system, we are going to improve it and increase representation for the entire community, but have a board member who is held accountable by the students. That's the difference. If the students are upset with you, they can tell their parents, but who do they hold accountable? They hold the student member accountable. And if you give us that capacity, we won't disappoint. And I also want to give Tanae the opportunity to comment if you have anything.
Yes, I definitely agree with Ian when he said when we're referring to systematic, when they were referring to systematic, they meant the board itself. Because when the student member has a chance to vote, it will be a change. It will be an even number. It will be a lot of changes, but we know that we can handle it. We know that we have the capacity to actually have this responsibility and have this privilege. And also, when they said change, I know there's a lot of things that each student has to go through on a daily basis that's due to the things we don't have a vote on, like the code of conduct that directly affects our dress code. And I know a lot of us, we don't have options when it comes to clothes. We don't have the most diligent lifestyle to be picky, choosing what we have to wear. And that all of us, and not all of us, but a certain denomination, a certain demographic of people, when it comes to stuff like that, we are more targeted when it comes to dress code because we have a certain body type, and of course we're going to get more reprimanded on it because of this. And when you see that happen on a daily basis within the schools in Charles County, you can find a case like this in every school in Charles County. I can guarantee you that. And to know that we can complain about it, we can talk to our teachers about it, we can tell our student member about it, but that doesn't actually enact change. That doesn't actually count our vote. It doesn't actually count our input. So when people are referring to we want that systematic change, they're definitely referring to they just want the student member to have this vote so the system itself will be more accommodating to what the students need.
And real quick, Jason, do you have anything to add about what that change looks like?
Absolutely. I agree with the comments from Tanae and Ian before me. But I believe in Charles County this year they're implementing a new voting system where all secondary students are electing the student member. And so not only does the student member serve to represent students and all constituents, but they're also getting that firsthand experience as a student themselves. So they're not just talking about the logistics on the board, but they get to experience really what that's like translating into real life. And I think that's a really unique perspective that the student member offers, and adding voting rights to that perspective is something that's definitely really important.
I just wanted to show you, at the top we put the image. If you have it on your computers or you really squint, maybe you can see it. That's our online ballot that we used.
Yes.
And a student going to vote after viewing the videos would see that screen. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Just a few more. I'm trying to understand.
Absolutely.
So we're having this discussion. You're a member of the board. You're not a voting member of the board. Can you explain the reason why you didn't bring this suggestion to the board for discussion before submitting your proposal to the county commissioners, which is a separate governing board? Wouldn't it behoove you to kind of have a conversation internally before going externally? And I'm just trying to understand the perspective.
So I've heard a lot about that issue, and I can completely understand the concern, but we're still navigating the legislative process, and from our limited experience navigating what a bill looks like, we still feel like we're in the preliminary stages, where if you have a recommendation, we will certainly take it into account, and the possibility exists to amend this proposal. Versus if we came to you with a written bill, it would be a lot harder to have this discussion and for it to be as flexible as it is now. So I'm sorry that you feel that we should have come to you sooner, and in hindsight, we absolutely would have, but we are hoping that you still see that potential for this proposal to evolve and take on something that can benefit students, but assure you guys that we can handle it.
I see the potential. That's not the issue. And it's just, if you're already an existing member of the board, voting or no voting, we are always open and always receptive to input, whether something needs to be voted on or not voted on. And so conversations can always take place without a stamp, shall we say, of approval. And so with that said, can you describe to me how much of a student workload, what are your student requirements, both during and after school, and time management issues, to be committed to being a board member? Because some of this requires a lot of extra reading and research, and so can you describe what your current academic schedule is like and what your after-school activities are like, So we
I'll
have a
highlight-
perspective of your
I'll highlight
responsibilities
mine,
now.
and then I'll give Jason that opportunity too.
Okay?
So, you know, being a board member is legally a part-time job, right? And a lot of you I know are either retired or hold full-time jobs. It is similar in that regard like being a student, because I go through a work day, you know, at school, and a lot of times the students who do hold these positions are academically, they push themselves. And I take AP classes, but not once has that impeded my ability to represent students. And I think you can see that outside of the boardroom, I continue to represent the students. I'm holding a forum, not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday, on what digital learning is going to look like. Workload or not, it will not get in the way of us representing our students. And Jason drove from Montgomery County to Ney. We all went to school today, and we still showed up here. I went to school today. And I think we have shown the commitment, and we will continue to show the commitment that we can manage our workloads. And I'll give Jason the opportunity to elaborate.
Sure. So just speaking back to the election process, and sort of the way that I got into this role was first with a voting student delegation of around, I'd say 300 to 500 students from all over the state. After that was the appointment by our governor, Larry Hogan. But the students, especially here in Charles County, they understand the weight. Not only does the county SMOB and the state SMOB hold, but they also know that it takes a lot of time and dedication to represent their perspectives. This year, I've taken an abbreviated schedule to accommodate for this role and to really put a focus on reaching out to students and getting their perspectives and conveying it to the board. This year, you know, we've had virtual meetings so far, so it's probably saved me 4 hours driving back and forth to Baltimore every month. But just through the election process and how extensive it is and getting onto the role, you know, students understand that they want to elect someone who is dedicated to the role. And I believe, and I firmly believe, that the electors, that the students who are actually electing the SMOB know the value that the position holds and will elect the one that they believe will dedicate their time to the position fully.
Definitely, to add on to what Jason just said, during our election process, the people who are applying for this position, we offer them, well, we don't offer them, we make it mandatory for them to read through their responsibilities and the list of their duties. We want to make sure they know exactly what they're getting themselves into, so we don't have a candidate that's going for this position who does not have the time to do it. So just to address your question, we want to make sure they know the extent of the responsibilities, and if or when we get the voting right, we will add to those responsibilities so they can know that it is a process. There's going to be a lot of reading. You have to be just as hard as working as the adults on that board because you have a vote now.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Ms. Abell?
I just want to echo my fellow board members with saying that all of you represent yourself very well. I enjoyed the presentation. It was very well put together. And during our conversation, I told you what my concerns were. You have addressed all of my concerns, and I appreciate that. Job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Lukas?
Thank you. Just a quick question. On the first slide, I guess it is, the election process. You know, perhaps Mr. Schwartz can chime in. There you go.
This one or the next one?
Election process.
That one. But the fact that it's been delegated to CCASC, where is that codified? Is that in our policy anywhere, or is it just a matter of practice? Yeah.
It's not policy, it's a process that was approved by the board. And I think that process has been in place for quite a while. I'm not sure when the board actually approved it.
Okay.
I think number 2 of the state law on the previous slide gives a little bit of detail about what the election process looks like.
I also want to mention the fact that, at least with what Mr. Schwartz is alluding to, that it has been approved in years past, I think that goes to what Tanae is saying about how there's a committee, a selection committee, and the process that narrows down the candidates, and that CCASC has been held responsible for who votes for this position. And we've been responsible for getting those kids on the bus, bringing them to Thomas Stone, and getting those ballots casted. And the point we're trying to make here is this year was a year unlike any else, and we held our elections digitally. I was elected digitally. I made a video. Students casted ballots through that form right there. And the point we're trying to get at is the only barrier between us and this rolling out to our entire secondary student population is the link. There's no need to change the process. We've got it. We've hit the sweet spot, and we're ready to send out the link. And we're making that commitment that we want to pursue that, but we're also trying to say that if the board is unhappy with the direction or you feel like we're not making enough steps towards that, the decision ultimately rests with you. So there's no fear in us turning around and saying, gotcha, we're not going to do that anymore. You can have confidence that you have the say on this.
Ms. Battle-Lockhart.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presentation. As always, I'm very impressed when you all come up front and share your information. As we've had our conversation, you know I support any student's growth, and this is a growth process for all of you, and congratulations on your new role. I think all the questions that you are answered in your presentation outside of, like you said, our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to piggyback on Tina's question, as you shared with me, it was just a matter of you found the information out, there was a timeline, and you was trying to chase the timeline without thinking to come to us. And with that being said, I think when you find yourself passionate about what you want to do and I want to grow in it, and as I've always told you, just chase it and see what happens with it. So I'm excited that you brought the two with you to support you in the process to make it a clear and concise presentation so everybody can really understand, why the question, why do we want to do this? So thank you guys for sharing it so, articulating it so well. And I totally support you in whatever this decision may be.
Well, I'd like to say thank you for the presentation you all did. Each and every one of you did an excellent job. This is a very important issue that's been brought to us today, one that's going to have consequences down the road. And today, well, actually last night when I saw the PowerPoint was the first that I've seen the specifics of it. And I think it warrants some discussion by board members. I want to understand, what would you like from us today? Where would you like to see this go? I hadn't thought about the issue that Mr. Lukas brought up about the budget being tied with teacher negotiations, so that's an aha for me. So I go back to what is it that you would like to hear from us today? What decision or that, plus how would the board like to move? I at least need to know how the board wants to move. So first you tell me, what do you want from us today?
Obviously, in a perfect world, we would love to hear that you guys have a recommendation in favor of this proposal and you back it. That's our ultimate goal.
Okay.
And we want to provide as much information as possible for you to reach that conclusion.
Okay. Board members, how do you want to move forward? Mrs. Abell?
What is your timeline?
So originally, So the commissioners have delayed their vote on this being included in the state legislative package to accommodate this board meeting. And if I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure, what the return to vote on it, when that will take place. But my understanding is that that would be contingent on you all delivering a verdict and a recommendation.
I think it warrants more discussion
It
on the
does.
board. I don't think that we are prepared to vote one way or another today. That's just my opinion. But I kind of wanted to know what the commissioner's timeline was for this. Thank you for answering.
No
And because I forgot earlier, thank you so much, Mr. Wu, for traveling down from Montgomery County.
I might also add that Senator Ellis's office reached out to me regarding proposed legislation, and he too is waiting for us to have a discussion with you as well as with the other board members before moving forward with his legislation. So there is, I guess, I don't know whether it's January timeline. So sometime.
Yeah.
So you had a quick question?
I was just going to echo my colleagues. I think we need to have some discussion about this. And Ian, we've had this conversation about teachable moments, and that going forward, you're going to have many situations where you're going to have to collaborate or advocate for an issue that you believe in, and not that there are folks that are for or opposed to your idea, but you sometimes have to bring everybody up on the same page. And so I think this is the reason why I was saying we're now having to backtrack to have an understanding of what the proposal is. And more importantly, I think my fellow board members, we need to have a full understanding of the consequences if we go with all or maybe some. But all of you've been very helpful in answering the questions we have for today. So I'm hopeful, but we do need a little more time to kind of weigh the pros and cons and understand the consequences.
So that, Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to chime in. When I look at what the proposal includes, there are certainly issues on here that I think it would be valuable to have your voice weighed in. I want to agree with my colleagues over there, Mr. Lukas and Ms. Abell, about the budget. I certainly think that wouldn't be one thing I would recommend is maybe cleaning up the language a little bit on your proposal, except personnel. I mean, that's a tricky one. Personnel can almost be included in most everything if you really got down to the bare bones of it. I still don't know how I feel about it. I do think it warrants more conversation. Just on our end, you represent the students extremely well, all of you do. But we are held accountable by every citizen of the county, and they are not afraid to let us know how they feel. And I need to do my research on my end with who I feel my constituents are to see what their feelings are on this, because this is going to have a huge impact on students and every member of this county. Aside from that, thank you so much.
My only response to that, and we appreciate the compliments so much. We put a lot of work into this, and we're really happy to see that it was able to help you guys in your journey through where you land. But with regard to, the proposal being more specific, this is, I've never had to make a bill before, and my understanding of the legislative process was that the proposal that we provide is an encapsulation of the general idea. This isn't a bill yet. It has not been written into a bill. And I think, a big concern I've heard is about this being more specific. And I'm not going to claim to be Mr. Schwartz. I mean, that takes years to get to that point. But my understanding is that it would be more specific in a bill format. But this is the proposal, just putting it out there.
That's true. Sorry, Madam
No,
Chair.
go right ahead.
You're absolutely right. But when it gets to that bill format, we have zero control over what that's going to come out of. And it could be, we could say we're for it, and then all of a sudden it lands on state law, and it's not a thing that we would ever support. And that's just the way politics works. That's why it is such a concern to me. Thank you.
And to speak to that, Ian, when I read the proposal when it was proposed to the commissioners, to me, it read personnel. You excluded personnel. You want complete voting rights excluding personnel. So this is, for me, is more specific in that it would include, but what did that look like? I didn't know until today. So to me, these topics that you have here, to include budget, academic eligibility, and so forth, need to have some more discussion.
Well, we were just trying to give an example, and I want to be really clear that we have not, switched and baited you guys with this proposal. That language is the exact same language we've been using throughout this. And as for how do we derive this final proposal and the idea, we based it off of Montgomery County, which excludes negative personnel issues dealing with immorality. And we extrapolated that to include all personnel because we wanted to show a commitment to voting on issues that directly affect students. And I think, as Dr. Hill was saying earlier, the school system has two facets, providing public education and serving as an employer. And we wanted to try to take out that employer aspect that you all serve as board members and get it focused on that public education being provided.
So with that being said, another question?
I was just going to ask, would this warrant a work session to work through the details on our end?
Say that again, sir.
Would this warrant us having a work session possibly to really focus some time on this and for us to collaborate as a board to figure out what we want to do from here?
That's what I was about to propose.
Very
With
good.
that being
Thank
said, we do have a work session, a hold for a work session on November the 23rd. Is it the board's desire, consensus of the board to move forward to hold a work session to address student voting rights? So raise your hand if you're in favor.
My calendar to come up.
Okay.
Internet's slow.
Okay,
For some
November the
reason, I'm thinking there's another.
It's a hold. For November, it's on our calendars for a hold. The possible work session.
Try my best to be here. That's the week before Thanksgiving. I'll do everything in my power to be here that day. But don't, do what you want to do. I should be here.
Consensus? All those that would be in favor? All right, so let's right now,
I will certainly do my best.
and we do understand. You're right. So November the 23rd, we'll have a work session to address student voting rights, and would you be available to be prepared to answer more questions?
Absolutely. yeah.
Okay.
And I'll follow up with looking into what the translation process is going to look like, turning this into a bill.
Okay.
So I'll have more information about that for the work session.
Okay.
You guys have, Jason?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Chairman McGraw, Ian, and board members for allowing us to speak on this today.
Sure.
I'm definitely looking forward to hearing the discussions coming up on this topic in the future. And I'd be honored to come down here again to speak on my perspective and sort of provide a state perspective on other topics or this topic in particular in the future. So thank you so much.
Okay, you're most welcome. Anything else? We thank you all very much. Job well done today.
We thank you for the opportunity.
Sure. Okay. Then we will move on to the next order of business. Safe travels, Mr. Wu and Ms. Time. Mr. Heim.
Good afternoon, board members. With me today, I have to my immediate left Eric McElhaney, who's a project manager within planning and construction. And then to his immediate left, we have Steve Andrich, who's our director of planning and construction. We have two items of discussion today. The first item is project status update, which we did upload to board docs. We don't have an actual presentation regarding the project status update, but there is a couple things I'd like to point out. Number one, you'll see a new project on there, which is at McDonough High School. It's a guided vestibule project. With our concerns with our submitted CIP to the state and the, we had a $54 million CIP submittal to the state. Through discussions with the IEC and the director of the IEC, Mr. Robert Gorell, it's been put out to school systems to anticipate your 10-year average for your state CIP submittal. So based upon last numbers in previous years, we are looking at probably a $10 million funding from the state for projects that we have submitted. So based on that, with McDonough and the project that we've submitted the last couple years with security enhancements there, but also some enhancements to their fine arts program, we didn't want to delay in making some immediate security upgrades to McDonough High School. So we are moving ahead with creating a guided vestibule there at McDonough as a stopgap measure until hopefully the entire project gets approved. So we anticipate, we've already had a contractor out there to take a look at the work, and we anticipate work beginning on that probably during the winter break. So we wanted to point that out. So with that, that would leave us one school that has remains to have a guided vestibule created, and that's also a project that is on our state CIP submittal, the Brown Open Space Enclosure. So we are close to finishing up all those guided entrances at the school. So we're very proud of that, and we're also thankful of the funding we received from the county in order to make those upgrades at those facilities. And one more note regarding project status update. Thanks to Mr. Graves under Katie O'Malley Simpson's Office of Communications. If you take a look at the website, you'll see a video on the website that was recently attached to that, which shows the upgrades we made at Picklewaxon Middle School, Matthew Henson Middle School, and Mitchell Elementary School. And a crew went out there and was actually narrated by a couple of the student members who work within the communications office with the TV staff there. So I would encourage the public to take a look at that and see those projects. And those were among several other projects that were completed during the spring and summers. We took advantage of the school closures. So at that point, we're willing to entertain any questions you may have about any other projects on project status update.
Ms. Wilson?
I have to beat a dead horse here.
Okay.
You know, we're talking about school allocations, and you share with us, you know, and sometimes we have our eyes wide open to kind of go through this very detailed list of renovations and modifications and et cetera, et cetera. You know, this comes with cost. And I think the maintenance and the sustainment of the facilities of Charles County Public Schools has been above par. I mean, it's been exceptional. And I'm very nervous about the discussion about school allocations and the conversations about funding. And this though you do not have typically you don't have you have your long list of projects, they don't go unnoticed. And I think it's very important that the public understand how much maintenance, how much sustainment, how much millions of dollars it takes to sustain the facilities. And we want to keep up the standard. And so I just want to applaud your staff for all of your hard work, managing priorities, and keeping us abreast of the changes that are coming down from the state and how you go about maneuvering the priorities. And so it's important to kind of draw attention, especially now when potentially there could be an onslaught of students coming our way, and we not having the ability to facilitate them, no pun intended. And it comes with a cost. And I think the public needs to really have an understanding what this cost is going to be, because folks move to Charles County because of good schools, and our students deserve to be in facilities that are well maintained and well built. And how are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? And I just want to make sure that the consciousness in the community is raised about this topic. And for you guys that work so hard, it never gets old to me when you talk about project status. So continue to do the good work, but I had to take a pause and take the opportunity of this is how important this topic is. Thank you.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. To touch on Ms. Wilson's comments, I believe the question has been asked, I'm fairly certain, but I'm not 100% sure, to Mike and Steve. Would it be possible to somehow try to envision what the budget's going to look like in 10 years, CIP budget, school construction budget, if these changes to the APF manual take place, along with the changes, but not the changes, but the proposed growth in certain municipalities within the county? Or do you have a rough idea what that would be?
It's something that we can put together, and also we'd have to take consideration, looking 10 years down the road, what the cost of construction is going to be per square foot, so we can extrapolate that based upon what we've seen over previous years. And again, you know, that obviously can see dramatic increases or decreases upon things that happen within the economy, but we can look at the averages and try to extrapolate something, and looking at enrollment numbers that we may anticipate seeing.
It's certainly obvious to say there's going to be some drastic increases in expense.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Any other concerns regarding project status update? Okay.
All right, our next presentation may not be as highly anticipated as some of the delayed TV shows or movies because of delays with production, but regardless, the three of us sitting here at the table are very excited about the presentation that we're going to give today. And it was a perfect segue from Ms. Wilson, because this presentation that we're going to be giving on this renovation and addition to Eva Turner, these are one of the concerns that we've addressed, you know, with the public and with the commissioners and with folks in planning and growth management. When we talk about, you know, increased enrollment in our future, we don't want to be just caught up in new school construction. We need to make sure that we keep up with our current facilities and keep those up to par. So, you know, Steve and I have talked about this numerous times. You know, in the early 2000s, we were playing the catch-up game with growth, and we had, in that short period of time, North Point open, and Davis open, and Diggs open, and Neal open, and the focus at that point was on new school construction, and we had no, you know, other, you know, choice but we, at that point, weren't doing any renovations. So, you know, previous to that, we had done major renovations at Thomas Stone and at Lackey and at J.P. Ryan. But during that period of time in the early 2000s, up until, you know, what we did at Mudd with that reopening last year, we weren't doing major renovations. So we don't want to get just caught up in new school construction. We need to make sure that we maintain our facilities to high standards. So this is you know, a perfect example of, you know, planning construction and working with maintenance, and also working through the, you know, the building inspection process. We go with the state and identifying buildings that need to have renovations. So we're very excited about this. You know, typically this is you know, during these projects we'd have the board, you know, opportunity for you to come out and we do guided tours, but obviously that hasn't happened with COVID. So this is a very important opportunity for us to not only give you an update where we are with construction, but also the public where we are with construction with this project. So at this point, I will turn it over to Eric McLaughlin, who's the project manager on this, and also Steve Andritz, who is our director of planning and construction.
Can I add one thing before we get started? One point of clarification here is that this is our third renovation project that we're undertaking. And with all three of them, we have actually added capacity in an effort to make the projects more attractive, that it's not just a renovation, it's a renovation addition, so that there is added capacity, which helps the county on how funding commitments are made. So I wanted to make that clear as well. So Eric, sorry.
Yes, I'm going to give you a general overview of this project because some of you may not be familiar with this project at all. But Eva Turner Elementary School was built in 1978, and you can see the photo on the left. That could be the same picture from 1978 because it hadn't changed until right now. So this is open space school, and what we're doing is we're adding 20,000 square foot of addition, and this is majorly an area of classrooms for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And we're also renovating 43,000 square feet of area of the existing school itself, which is pretty much the open space school, the classrooms, the gym, the cafeteria, and we also have a kindergarten addition from 2011, which is staying intact. So our total square footage for this project is going to be about 71,000 square feet.
So just like to clarify one thing, it's a past tense. This was an open space school. So this is another reason why we're very excited about this project. Is we talked about our concerns about open space and the effect that has on the delivery instruction. Obviously, we talk about open space and security concerns, and even now with COVID, we had concerns from staff members who would be returning back to buildings with students in open space environments. So we are very excited about not only the fact that we're renovating an older building, but we are enclosing what was an open space structure.
And one of the other things to add here is that part of the way we're able to justify so much square footage for new addition is through square footage we deleted. So we actually opened up the middle of the building to create a courtyard, and you'll see some pictures there, which also helps now to get natural daylight into all those spaces that were interior open space spaces without daylight.
Okay. Can you go back one, Steve, just real quick? You can see on the right, that's a rendering we have from our architect, SEI, which is very close to what you'll see here in the next slide. Okay. This is our new main entrance to the school. You see the high canopy right in front of you. On the left is the low canopy that extends over to the bus parking loop. And on the right-hand side, this would be the staff parking and also the car drop-off, as well as visitor parking. And the sidewalk you see here extends all the way out to Bannister Circle, which is great for the students because the majority of these students are walkers. So this is a nice, safe way to get to the building.
And it's right in between the two areas of the cars and the buses so that you're able to get them in safely without having to interact necessarily with those buses, walking through the buses as they're coming in, or the cars as they're coming in.
This is a rendering of the main lobby. You would be walking in and actually you would come through a guided vestibule first, but after this is what you would see. On the left would be the admin area, would be the guided vestibule. Straight ahead, you'd have the media center entrance, and actually straight down the hall, just to the right, that'd be the gym and cafeteria area, kind of the community area. And also on the right-hand side, there's a community classroom, like a PTO room. I'll let Steve expand on that in a second. Also a music room. Now this is how it exists. This is our lobby right now. As you can see, we have the stone columns are up. We also have some metal stud, and that will be drywall, and also wood planks will be on the ceilings. Obviously, we don't have flooring yet. On the right-hand side, this is looking back out from the lobby if you're standing at the media center looking out. So if you look straight out, there'll be storefront doors there, and you can see all the way out to Bannister Circle.
The opening on the right-hand side, just inside the building, is actually the entry point that'll come into the office. So you would actually have two sets of doors with that vestibule. So you'd come in the front, you'd be forced into the front office, so you wouldn't be able to enter without going into that, like Eric mentioned before. Oops, sorry.
Actually, the photo on the left is a circulation corridor. This is in the rear of the school for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade classroom areas. On the right is a typical classroom entrance. Actually, the door on the left is just a typical classroom, either 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade. And on the right-hand side, that is actually the entrance to the collaborative learning area, which we'll explain here in just a minute.
One of the other things to highlight here is you'll see that there's a mix of materials. You'll see masonry block on the left-hand side, but you also see drywall. We tried to do this as cost-effectively as possible, but also look at the long-term life and maintenance. Understanding that your circulation corridors and your main pathways are going to take more abuse over time, so trying to put more durable materials on those where we could.
Okay, the photo on the left would be a typical 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade cluster. The smaller classroom in the middle, it's not a classroom, it's a collaborative learning area. And you have 3 classrooms around that support CLA. There'll be sliding glass doors on each classroom so you can actually access that for pull-out of students. And on the right-hand side, that's what it looks like as of today. You're in a classroom right now looking into the collaborative learning area. There'll be sliding glass doors there. As we also said, sliding glass doors on the opposite side and in the middle classroom as well.
So when we talk about collaborative areas, this is a collaborative process. So it's not just the folks in planning and construction working with the architects to say, hey, this is what we want. So during this design process, Steve and his staff and Eric meet numerous times with folks from Ms. Hollstein's office, the folks in instruction. But it's not just working with the folks in instruction, it's also working with the SROs and people in security to talk about school. We want to make sure that we are looking to the future to make sure that we are providing a safe environment. So there are lots of stakeholders involved in this early process before we get to the construction stage.
So one of the comments I would mention is, as Eric suggested, this is what we call a 3-round school, which means at each grade level, it's planned to have 3 classes per grade level. What you're seeing here in this cluster is a shared collaborative space that would be for the 3rd grade pod, or one that would be for the 4th grade pod, or one that would be for the 5th grade pod. The lower grades actually have shared between 2 grades areas. Additionally, as Eric mentioned, you have space with these sliding walls that can be used by any of the 3 classrooms. But the middle classroom in the back is also designed as this space that the whole grade level could shelter in place. So that would be the location that if something happened, they could all go right to that one spot in their cluster for shelter in place.
Okay, here's also another opposite view of the collaborative learning area. As you can see, they have drywall already installed, and we actually have started. Most of the drywall has been mudded and actually sanded, and primer's going on now. So we're ahead of the game before the cold weather sets in. As you can see, the ceilings are not in yet. That's typical. We're probably looking at that for about another month. On the right, that's another circulation corridor. This is actually a corridor that is on the interior part of the school for the 1st and 2nd grade, and also connects to the kindergarten addition that's existing right now. Here's a typical 1st or 2nd grade classroom. Now most of these classrooms are interior classrooms, but as you see on the picture on the right, the photo on the right, that actually opens up to the courtyard. So that opens up natural light to each of these classrooms. So every classroom, educational classroom in the school, has at least one window for natural daylight, which is very beneficial. This may not look like a media center, but it is. This will be a storefront area where you actually can look into the media center. On the left-hand side, that's a production room where they'll work on videos and that type of activities. On the right back corner is like the production room for the media splash, not production, but her admin area where she'll do all her hands-on everyday work. And actually in the rear of this media center, it's hard to see, it's kind of behind some ductwork in the back. That's going to be the maker space. Sometimes a maker space is included in the media center, sometimes it's a separate room, but they're usually attached in the same area.
So one of the other points to note here, as I mentioned, there's a courtyard. If you notice on the left-hand side of the picture, you're seeing an awful lot of daylight coming in. The media center is immediately adjacent to the courtyard. And the makerspace, as well as the art and science classrooms, all touch that courtyard, so that they have the opportunity to go out there to do learning projects, to do whatever kind of curriculum that can support those spaces because of the adjacency to that courtyard.
Excuse me.
Okay, this is our courtyard. You'll be able to access this from a couple different ways. You can access it from the front and rear corridor, and also from the art, science, computer, and media center. You can't see it yet, but you may see, looks like a blue wall. It's called blue skin, but that's going to actually be a board there, like a exterior marker board, where you can actually take classes out there and have a teaching wall, and also be some cement type of benches for the students to sit on as well.
So the courtyard is actually accessible from an interior hallway. It's not accessible from the outside at all.
So it provides a safe area for teachers to do outside activities, along with the fact of, one of the reason for that design, as they mentioned numerous times, is to allow that inside natural light. And, we can use MUDs as a reference for the board members who've gone to MUD since that renovation. Those interior classrooms that wouldn't have all that light, this courtyard provides that opportunity for natural lighting.
On the right-hand side, that's the human sundial, and actually does work. You actually stand on the month. It's kind of hard to see from this photo, but you can stand on the month that says November, and this is pointing due north. And as long as you're tall enough, the sun will cast a shadow on what time of day it actually is, and it is accurate. It has been tested.
Technology, you can't stop it.
That's right. This photo on the left, you have a couple different building sections here. The closest to the left is actually part of the new addition. That is actually a pre-K. And in the middle, that's actually the 2011 addition. And actually, the next building on the right is a 1995 pre-K addition. So you add all those up, and we have 4 generations of building addition here.
So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, and this is another view from a distance. This is the pre-K and 3-year-old program that's connected to the 2011 edition. So pre-K, 3-year-olds, and kindergarten will be in their own separate wing.
So one of the things that's mentioned is that addition for the kindergarten was done in 2011. If we were to desire to renovate that or tear it down as part of this project, we lose significant funding from the state because it's less than 15 years old. And if we decided we want to renovate it, even if it were over 15 years old, there's a sliding scale of how much money they give you. You don't get 100% until a building is 40 years old. So even if we wanted to renovate it, we significantly lose money on that deal. So what was done is that was left. We have to make some adjustments to some of the HVAC to connect through the rest of the building. But that kindergarten addition had a significant activity space in the middle. By now adding on the pre-K classroom and the 3-year-old classroom, now you've got an early childhood education wing and a large space that they can all collaboratively use that makes a benefit to that area of instruction for the school.
Okay, the photo on the left is the staff and visitor parking and the student drop-off. This would be as you come into first entrance off Bannister Circle, the original entrance, and this is what you will see. On the right-hand side is pretty much the same photo, except this is the base paving that was installed probably about 10 days ago. Very timely since we had so much rain, and I don't need to tell you how much rain we had. It's put a little damper on our project, but our general contractor, Scheibel, has moved ahead, and we're on schedule, and we're really happy with their work.
And I'd like to add that this is an add-on to the project. So at the beginning, when we do our bidding, and if we come over bid, we go through that process of value engineering, looking at where we can, save some money. So this was originally taken off of the project, and through some savings last year, through energy savings, some fund balance money within supporting services, we were able to apply that money to this to make sure that because we don't want to get a situation where we spend $23 million at a school, but we still have some issues left over that we've not been able to address. So we don't want to be in a position where we complete a major project, and then there's still things being asked by the principal or by the community to add on at a later time. And at that point, it falls under the maintenance department to make any upgrades beyond that point. So this was a very important, this was a big win for us to be able to get this back onto the project, because especially, that can have obviously a great effect on setting the tone for the day when you have issues occurring out in the parking lot between car riders and buses and pedestrians, because this school is within a community that has a sizable walking community with the students.
This is tied to what Mr. Hine was just talking about. This is the bus loop or bus parking, and this is part of what Mr. Hine was just talking about. This adds great value to the school. This opens up a huge parking area when there's buses not in session, which is always an issue at a school. The more parking, the better. So this opens it up, and also we've cleared out some of the shrubs and small trees in front of this building, so it gives you a good view of the school, but you still preserve some of the mature trees to give it a more clean look.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point. One of the things when you go back and look at Eva Turner before the renovation started is it was kind of sheltered. It was kind of hidden from the road. And what we've done is not only improve the building, but we've improved the whole curb appeal. So it's going to have a significantly different feel within the community when this project is finished. As Mr. Hine mentioned, the add-on that we were able to capitalize on to pull out and separate the bus and car parking that we weren't able to afford on the initial bid makes a huge difference in how the function of this school will be for the rest of its life. So we feel like once we're done and we walk away, we will have made a significant improvement to the school, but also a huge benefit to the community by all these other changes that we're working to make.
So one question the public may have are, where are these students? So we are fortunate to have what we refer to as the transition school, and obviously the board members and some public are aware that as we went through this process, renovation and addition at MUD, we were able to relocate the students and staff from MUD to the transition school, which is sandwiched between John Hanson Middle School and J.P. Ryan, which was a building formerly occupied by the Lifelong Learning Center. So we've taken advantage of that building being vacant to help speed along these construction processes, because if we did this as a phased occupied renovation, it would not go as smoothly as having an unoccupied. So we're able to do this major renovation and addition in a two-year time period. So this will be completed for the start of next fall.
And that was the last slide we had for you, and we'd entertain any questions or comments the board may have at this time.
So, Mr. Andrews and Mr. McLaughlin, my $64,000 question is there a bathroom for the principal?
You want to answer that?
There is a office restroom there are two office restrooms that are shared by the front office.
Ironically, Mr. Lesko, who is the principal at Eva Turner, was a former student at Eva Turner. So he's going to be returning to a renovated building. So, imagine our excitement, but the excitement that he has having been a former student at Eva Turner.
But that doesn't give him a bathroom.
Well, the answer is there's two staff restrooms in the admin area. That's.
Any other questions?
On top of that.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't have my own personal bathroom either. I actually share a bathroom with these guys and several other staff members on the second floor in Annex 1, so I'm not putting anybody else in a position that I would not put myself.
We do also have a few of those temporary blue ones, but we don't want to leave those.
Yeah, we have photos of those.
But on a serious note, we would welcome an opportunity at a future board meeting to update where we are with Benjamin Stoddard Middle School renovation and expansion.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Sure.
Just real quick, what's the capacity increase going to be on this school?
So
50?
Yeah, it's a little over 50 students on this one. We weren't able to go up as much as we did at MUD because MUD, when it was renovated, didn't have a kindergarten addition. So we took MUD up from about 343 to about 510. This one here, we're going from was 430 up to about 513.
And this school is in an area where there is no new development scheduled, so where we see the increased enrollment comes from resales, where you have a family that moves out with no children, or at least elementary age children, and a family then moves into an existing house with. So we feel pretty confident with that added capacity that we're sitting pretty good at Eva Turner.
Understood. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm just going to throw it out there and take advantage of the expertise that's sitting before us, and I apologize for the chatter. Before I ask the main question, I'm curious to know if Eva Turner has a time capsule.
I don't think we've discovered one. We
No, we have
inadvertently discovered one at Dr. Samuel Mudd during some of the demolition. It was discovered, but we have not discovered anything or aware of anything at Turner.
Right. Inquiring minds want to know, but the light bulb moment that I have for open discussion between the board members is the school allocation thing is weighing very heavily on my mind. And I know that of the controversial subject of the Fresh Start Academy, there was an emergency session between the county commissioners and the school board. And I'm just throwing out to my fellow board members that if things don't proceed in our direction, would my fellow board members support having an emergency session with the county commissioners? Because it's that important. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but just because we have to have these discussions in a public format to kind of show to the public that this is important. And normally we would have a task force, and normally we would have a lot of time, and before you know it, it's going to be December, January.
Okay. Can we hold that discussion to new business?
And I apologize, but I just wanted to take advantage because of the
Okay.
expertise. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions for these gentlemen? As always, nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Mr. Schwartz. Excuse me.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present the 2021 legislative issues document that we adopt each year as a board. It states our general positions on numerous areas of the law, and I want to draw your attention to the sections that we've suggested to change, which are highlighted in bold and underlined in caps on the board docs document. The two sections that we're looking to update for this year, first section deals with particularly COVID funding and seeking additional funds from the General Assembly to help us with all COVID costs, but particularly dealing with the September 30th date that's set forth in law, as we know that our funding is based on our enrollment as determined on September 30th of the prior school year. And that typically works well for us as we grow, except that this particular September 30th enrollment around the state dipped because many people pulled their children out of public schools. So it's not just a Charles County issue, but going into the General Assembly, we're seeking for them to change or amend or correct the enrollment count on September 30th to hold us harmless so we're not punished in future years for funding. And the second issue that we're looking to change deals with student assessments, and that section talks about particularly the issue of dealing with assessments in the COVID crisis and not being able to provide students with the opportunity to take the assessments in person in school, which we think is the best way to handle these assessments, especially since the technology that we would need for doing assessments through technology, that technology was diverted for other COVID reasons. So those are the two basic sections that we're looking to amend in our position document. This is coming to the board as a matter of a vote under new business today, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions?
So we'll bring this back in a few moments under new business. And then the second item I'm here to talk about is the agenda for the virtual legislative breakfast, which we've scheduled for November 30th this year. We have this breakfast each year with our delegation, as you know, and we're looking for agenda topics that you'd like to bring forward for them to discuss.
Oh. Anyone? Go ahead.
I think one of them would be, just as you touched on, you know, the money coming out of the General Assembly to deal directly with COVID. I mean, we're in this whole new world now, and I would imagine COVID's going to be center of the conversation. I think it's a great topic anyway.
Well, I certainly would like to emphasize the student assessment portion of it. I mean, I think it's so unfair to hold the teachers accountable as well as put the children in that position to have us be assessed. Mrs. Abell.
Could we please have the legislative breakfast added to our calendars?
It was just scheduled yesterday, so we will be doing that.
Mr. Lukas.
So, I don't mean to hit you cold with this, and I don't know if it's come up in discussion, but transportation is a big cost in any school system, and with decreased bus activity right now, is it a 12 or 15-year bus? 15-year bus life.
In Charles County, it's 15.
Charles County. Depending on how things move forward, might there be relief for that, for the amount of time that the buses weren't used? Because that would certainly be a cost that we could incur later down the road. Is that something appropriate to bring up?
If the board wants to propose that as a discussion item for the legislators, we certainly can. That is in state law, so it would be something we'd have to bring forward. We've never discussed that as a staff. Extending it. You're talking about extending it for 1 year?
When we went from 12 to 15, we had to go in front of the state to get acceptance or get approval to do so.
That's state law.
I'm just thinking with everything else that's going to happen because of COVID, I mean, if the buses are sitting for an abnormally long amount of time, then perhaps there could be an extension in their usage. That was my point.
If the board wants to propose that, certainly.
Mrs. Abell.
I would be in support of proposing that.
Agreed. I personally think mileage is a better option, but and yes, I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to take a break right now, and it will be a 10-minute break. So we'll see you at 4:55. All right, at this time, we will have unfinished business. Oh, wait a minute, we don't have Eric. Any unfinished business? Yes.
I think this is unfinished business, so I'll bring it up. So going back to July timeframe when we first voted on the reopening,
Would you repeat that, Mr. Lucas?
I'm sorry. Going back to July, when we first voted on reopening and going into phase 2. One of the things that I and other board members expressed was a desire to have the folks without internet connection as a top priority to get back into the school system. And certainly they are included in phase 2. But I'm wondering, since that group is, all they need is an internet connection, okay? And whereas some of our other special populations that come back, they need other services. I wonder if it's possible, again, on a completely voluntary basis, of course, by everyone, that we as a board or the superintendent look at getting access by, and it was talked about earlier, by expanding the internet services at the schools. But I think the important thing is letting the kids be there without their parents, because that seems to be the difficult thing in getting them access. So again, we looked at this, and then you can see it's certain schools certainly have a greater population, but even if it's just a day or two a week to get them in there, I think that would, to me, those are the least served student population right now. And that will be an opportunity to help them, and it wouldn't require much more on our part in terms of someone being at the school. I mean, those groups are small enough that they can be accommodated in a gym or a cafeteria, let's say. So I just bring that up if that's something, and I don't even know the process. I mean, we have kids in school now, right, that are the students of teachers, and they were sitting in the school in phase 1, and there wasn't any specific mention of them in phase 1. So just wondering if that might be a possibility for those students without internet access.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Lukas, for bringing those children up. They are, of course, our pure priority, which is why they are in phase 2, the first groups of kids who we would invite back to schools. The issue becomes if we open up additional internet cafes or provide the services for children, we have to have adults there to supervise them. And it sounds okay to say, okay, well, let's let the disconnected students come and take advantage of our internet. But if they aren't supervised by a parent, then that's our role as the school district to provide that supervision. And that can't just be one person. That can't just be a couple of people. And then we have to think about, meal services and who's going to supervise them going to the restroom and coming back and all those things. And those certainly are things we can work out. But we have to recognize the need to have adults in the building, more adults in the building, if we have more students in the building.
Go ahead, Ms. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lukas. And actually, Mr. Lukas and I actually spoke about this outside briefly, and I agreed with him that I thought it was a great idea. But then I just kind of jumped back and looked at our last month's board meeting, and I'm looking at it now, the breakdown of phase 2. And when we look at those rural schools, it is a lot of kids in some of those schools. Higdon, 67 without internet. Mount Hope, 66. It is a lot of kids to bring in. And again, I agreed with Mr. Lukas when he said he's going to bring this up. So I'm not trying to undermine him, because I think it's a great idea. But then I just thought, well, let me look at this. So some of the schools do have it would be a lot of kids. And I do agree with Mr. Lukas on if we were to do it with the numbers the way they are now, with strictly on a volunteer basis.
But we can't have the adults have volunteer, we would have to assign staff members from those buildings to do the work of providing the supervision. And so, we're all for moving into phase 2 when it's safe, but if we're just going to take this interim step, my concern is having supervision for the children that would be coming back.
You're right.
Yes.
Mr. Lukas?
Well, I've seen that in other systems. They've taken those kind of incremental steps in bringing back small segments of students. And you know, maybe I'm seeing it differently than you, but except for those couple cases that Mr. Hancock pointed out, you're talking 10s or 20s kids. And even if it's for a half a day, you know, just to have them sit in the cafeteria or desks in the gym where you would just have you could have someone there supervising them. I mean, we have teachers that have been in school now voluntarily. And so, again, you know, perhaps I'm missing something, but I don't see it as being a huge push on resources in the school if those teachers are already there and they're already there willingly.
Mm-hmm. But they're already, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but they're already teaching a class, is going to say.
They're teaching their regular schedule.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of teachers that come in sometimes and don't into their classrooms. So again, if it becomes an issue of you know, making someone do it, then, you know, I said before, I can't stand behind that if people aren't comfortable. But it just seems to me that we can crawl before we run, and I'm not even putting a time frame on when that could happen, but that might be the easiest way to kind of ease ourselves back in to having kids and staff in the school at the same time.
Would you be suggesting that we provide transportation for them as well?
So
How would they get there?
I think it'd have to, well, we were going to do that for phase 2 anyway, right? So, and it's a smaller portion of kids. You just have to weigh the cost of that and see. I think for a lot of them, they may not need transportation, but for a decent portion of them, they probably would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah, I think so too. So, again, those are kids that are, as we've all agreed, are not getting a lot of service right now because they don't have internet access. So, and they don't, you know, it's 510 kids total. Out of the 3,200 that were planned to come back. So I just bring it up as a point, and like I said, I don't necessarily know that it even is something that that needs to be voted on or discussed, but something for the superintendent to consider, and certainly if other board members have an opinion on that. But I just think that would be a way to reach the kids that are in most need of our services.
I hear you, and I certainly appreciate the sentiment of it. My personal sentiment, and, you know, we can agree or disagree, is that every group on that list for phase 2 is in need of our services. And I believe that we, when the metrics are right, are going to be prepared to serve all of them coming back with bus service and with everything else that school would provide. But certainly we will look at that, Mr. Lukas, especially in schools that have those high numbers, and bring that back to the board.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Is there any other unfinished business at this time? New business. Mr. Schwartz.
First item under new business is the continuation of suspension of board policies. The document was posted on board docs with the policies that we're looking to continue to suspend. There are 2 changes I want to bring to the board's attention. The very last page of the document, we are taking policy language off the list. This is the policy out of 6431, dealing with eligibility for fall athletics. since the fall season is over for extracurricular activities, it ended in the first quarter, there's no reason any longer to continue to suspend that language. So we're taking it off the list, but we're adding language in the same policy, 6431, dealing with the second quarter extracurricular activities, and eligibility would be waived for second quarter. And the reason for that is because there have been numerous students whose absences in grades were affected by COVID in the first quarter, especially the beginning of the school year. And so we're looking to waive eligibility for those students in the second quarter based on their first quarter grades and absences.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. To accept the recommendations that have been proposed. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and student vote affirmative. Motion carries.
And then the second item on the new business is the 2021 legislative positions that we just reviewed.
Is there any discussion? We need a vote, actually.
Were you going to add something about Mr. Lucas's question about the buses, adding that to the...
I think what we're going to have to do is discuss with Mr. Lukas and staff more clarification on what that proposal is. We don't have to add it to our basic legislative proposals if we want to bring it up with the legislators in November legislative breakfast. But I wanted to talk to you more about that proposal.
Yeah, that was to discuss with our local elected officials.
Okay.
And we're voting on what's gonna get sent up, correct?
This document would be presented to the delegation in Annapolis.
So you need a motion to accept the proposed legislative positions for 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and student vote affirmative.
Thank you.
Other new business?
Forgive me, it just dawned on me. With legislative issues, and forgive me for just now realizing it, I don't see any mention of support for SROs on there. Is that something that perhaps doesn't need to be on here, but worth the discussion at our breakfast? I do believe that's going to be a heavy issue. And forgive me for being late on that.
Okay, consensus of the board.
I agree.
Anyone else agree?
Right.
I do agree.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Okay, other new business? Okay. Future agenda items.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mentioned earlier about having a briefing or update concerning COVID funding, what we can anticipate and what's outstanding.
Thank you for reminding us. Any other future agenda items? COVID update? No? Okay. Then we are now ready for virtual recognition. Mr. Jones. Excuse me.
All right, there you go. Well, good evening, Board Chairman McGraw.
Good evening.
Board Vice Chairman Wilson, board members, staff, family, friends watching. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. The real reason why we are here, why we do what we do. We have assembled this evening to recognize a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. Tonight, I'm pleased to present to you, albeit virtually, 4 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this evening are Liliana Gordon, 11th grader from North Point High School, Sydney Smalls, 8th grader from Mattawoman Middle School, Grant Peterson, 5th grader from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, and Carter Harrigan, 5th grader from Mary B. Neal Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized by their school principals, beginning with Mr. Capel from North Point High School.
Good afternoon. I am Daniel Capel, principal of North Point High School. It is my pleasure to recognize junior Liliana Gordon as an outstanding student in the area of career readiness. Liliana is known by her teachers and the staff at North Point High School as a serious young person preparing for her own future and assisting her peers as they prepare for college and careers. As the chapter president of Skills USA, Liliana embodies the Skills USA framework and CCPS philosophy of personal, workplace, and technical skills grounded in academics. She leads her peers in developing creative and timely school and community service projects. She is also a youth member of the Charles County, Maryland NAACP. Liliana balances her school and community involvement, all while excelling in 5 AP courses as an engineering student at North Point High School. Mrs. Ellis, one of her engineering teachers, says, Liliana Gordon is the epitome of what it means to be an intrinsically motivated student. She has a drive to not only succeed, but to genuinely learn that goes far beyond that of her peers. That's not all. She is passionate about so many things: education, politics, the arts, human decency, science, and so much more. She is truly a one-of-a-kind student. Mrs. Plata, Liliana's teacher last year, says, Liliana is an amazing, intrinsically motivated, focused, and open-minded young woman. Her impeccable work ethic is second to none. It was a pleasure to be her AP US history teacher, as she has a passion for understanding the past and how we are shaped by the decisions of those who came before us. She is a well-respected leader in the classroom, and her peers look to her as a positive role model. Liliana is a positive, delightful, and kind young woman, admired by all who have the honor of getting to know her. North Point High School is proud to present Liliana Gordon for recognition.
Congratulations, Liliana. And when you see Mr. Capel, tell him he's so natural at this. All right, please welcome to the virtual microphone the principal from Mattawoman Middle School, Ms. Sonia Blue.
Sydney Smalls is an 8th grade student at Mattawoman Middle School and is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Throughout her middle school experience, Sydney has maintained honor roll status during her first 2 years at Mattawoman and is on track to do the same this year. Sydney is an awesome student. She gets along well with her classmates, and when working in a group, she keeps the group focused and on task. She always has a positive attitude. She is often heard saying, "Good afternoon and have a nice day." She is very kind and empathetic to all her peers. Sydney's work ethic is second to none. She is a hard worker and a meticulous student who is very enthusiastic about school and has a desire to fulfill each of her commitments. She comes prepared to each and every class, ready and determined to be a problem solver. While Sydney Smalls shows a very promising future in science, she has proven to be quite a force in math. She's always prepared for class, but most importantly, she doesn't quit when things seem difficult. Her teachers say it is refreshing to have such a brilliant mind in their classes. She is very dignified and commands respect as well. She has a very bright future. Sydney is very enthusiastic about school and has a desire to fulfill each of her commitments. Sydney always goes above and beyond what is asked of her and is always a light amongst her peers. Sydney loves math, language arts, and band. She has her sights set on becoming a pediatric doctor or possibly a career in education. I believe Sydney will be the one to watch in the future, and she will definitely leave her mark on Charles County Public Schools. Sydney deserves to be recognized today and every day for her commitment to academic achievement.
Congratulations to you, Sydney. Please now welcome to the virtual microphone the principal from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, Mr. Nicholas Adam.
I am proud to introduce Grant Peterson, a 5th grade student at Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, and our staff would like him to be recognized in the area of academic achievement. But you will soon hear that it is not just Grant's academics that make him an outstanding recipient for this award. Grant has attended Walter J. Mitchell since kindergarten and has earned honor roll every quarter. Grant's favorite teachers are Mrs. Woodka, Mr. Margolis, and of course his current teacher, Mr. Spake. He was identified for gifted services in the 3rd grade and earned a level 5 in both reading and math on state assessments. Last year, Grant scored a perfect 125 on his math post-test. Grant's favorite subject is math, as he enjoys solving complex math equations. Grant has a quiet but confident demeanor. He is quick to help his teachers as well as his classmates, and is also a wonderful leader in personal responsibility. Grant is a member of the Mesa Chess Club, math team, and is a science fair winner. In his free time, he enjoys playing a variety of sports, with baseball, basketball, football, and hockey being his favorites. Grant's interest in a variety of sports will serve him well in his pursuit of becoming a sport analyst when he grows up. In addition to fine-tuning his athletic skills, Grant is an active member of his church and enjoys spending time making s'mores with his family. When asked to tell me why being a bulldog is special, his response was, "It's okay to be yourself. The children and the staff embrace and celebrate each child's unique strengths." I could not agree more, Grant. On behalf of the entire Walter J. Mitchell staff, we are proud to have you as part of our Mitchell family, and thank you for representing our school with not only your academic achievements, but your well-rounded character as well. Congratulations, Grant.
Congratulations again, Grant. And please now, lastly, welcome the principal from Mary B. Neal Elementary School. My apologies, Ms. Debbie Brown.
It is with much pride that I introduce Carter Harrigan to you for being an exemplary student in the area of personal responsibility. He deserves this honor because of his history of hard work, good behavior, grit, creativity, and his perseverance in completing work on time and to the best of his ability. He has been a student at Neal since he was in kindergarten, where he has always been at the top of his class, both academically and in the area of leadership. He has been on the principal's honor roll in 3rd and 4th grade each quarter. Prior to that, he received consistently demonstrating on his primary report cards. He sets high standards for himself, and he challenges others to do their best as well. His 4th grade teacher, Miss Nagel, said, "Carter Harrigan is a student who undoubtedly shows personal responsibility at all times. He is always doing what is expected of him, even when no one may be watching. He goes above and beyond to help in class, whether it's working with classmates on assignments or helping a classmate gain a better understanding of something." Carter's attendance has always been exemplary. In fact, even when he was younger, his mother says that he was upset when school was closed. Even in this time of virtual learning, Carter takes responsibility for participating appropriately and completing his work. Carter has been involved in many after-school activities at Neal. He has been a member of Destination Imagination teams for several years. He was on a Mesa team. He performs in our annual talent show. Outside of school, he plays baseball and football. He says one of his favorite things is playing with his baby brother. Carter is an outstanding friend, and his peers seek him out. Carter doesn't make excuses. He takes responsibility for his actions and does not blame others. Instead, he reflects on his actions and finds an opportunity that will allow him continued success. He consistently models our 3 R's: respect, responsibility, and the right to learn. Congratulations, Carter. You are an absolute and perfect role model.
Congratulations again, Carter. And thank you to our principals. They are getting better at this, as you can tell. Thank you so much, Chairman McGraw. I am going to turn over this portion to Ms. Charlene Ogburn, who is going to announce, I believe, our exemplary staff members. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Good evening, Chairman McGraw, Superintendent Dr. Hill, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. As you've heard, my name is Charlene Ogburn. I'm with the Office of Human Resources, and it is my pleasure to present and introduce our 4 exemplary employees who have demonstrated such a great amount of excellence. Their principals have recorded a video introduction sharing a few words about their outstanding performance. I would like to begin introducing our first recipient, and that is Ms. Holly Dolan, a high school resource teacher at North Point High School, and she'll be represented by Principal Daniel Capel.
Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Capel, principal of North Point High School. It is my pleasure, on behalf of our entire staff, to recognize Mrs. Holly Dolan as an exemplary employee. Mrs. Dolan is our high school resource teacher. She is tirelessly in her endeavor to improve teaching and learning. Instruction is her passion, and it is infectious at North Point High School. Mrs. Dolan has only been at North Point High School since 2019. However, she quickly secured her position as a much-loved and respected educator. Under Mrs. Dolan's leadership, professional development has become something our teachers want to do rather than have to do. Daily, teachers seek Mrs. Dolan's advice, input, and assessment of their instruction. She has encouraged and inspired countless teachers to engage in instructional leadership by leading book studies, workshops, and vertical teaming plannings. Mrs. Dolan is constantly stretching teachers beyond their comfort level, and they are responding. Weekly, Mrs. Dolan recognizes and highlights unique and exciting instruction taking place in our classrooms through her Inspiring Instruction newsletter. She highlights individual teachers through photographs, descriptions of their instruction, and provides links to resources where others can learn more about these instructional strategies. Last year, Mrs. Dolan developed the concept of the monthly PD subscription box, in which teachers volunteered to receive a monthly subscription from Mrs. Dolan containing a new and innovative instructional strategy of the month. Teachers examine, learn, and practice the strategy in their classrooms and then invite Mrs. Dolan, an administrator, and their colleagues to co-teach or observe them in action. Our teachers love this concept, and Mrs. Dolan was asked to present this idea to all of the principals last spring. Mrs. Dolan is equally respected and sought out by students. She has supported struggling learners, developed effective credit and grade recovery plans, and tutored students. With her unwavering commitment and dedication to one young man, he was able to graduate through summer school this past summer. Many people, including perhaps the student himself, doubted that he would be able to graduate. But thanks to the support of Mrs. Dolan, he earned his high school diploma. COVID and virtual learning has not slowed Mrs. Dolan's support of teaching and learning at North Point. Most recently, she established the North Point Navigators, a team of teachers aimed at examining teaching and learning needs and resources as we move through each phase of the 2021 school year. all of us continue to marvel at the enthusiasm and dedication of Mrs. Dolan to the students and staff at North Point High School. We appreciate this opportunity to share our pride in high school resource teacher, Mrs. Holly Dolan.
Congratulations again, Ms. Dolan. Our next presenter is Principal Sonia Blue, and she will be representing Ms. Amanda Jones, a language arts teacher from Mattawoman Middle School.
It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Ms. Amanda Jones, Mattawoman Middle School's exemplary employee. From her richly literate classroom to her relationships with her students and her leadership of school-wide instructional programs, Ms. Jones is an exemplary teacher in every way. In my capacity as our school's principal, I have the pleasure of working with our language arts department and sharing best practices throughout the professional learning community of our school. In Ms. Jones's room, there are always best practices to share, from interactive lessons that engage the whole class community to small group lessons that target her students' individual strengths and needs. Ms. Jones ensures that her students are always working at the edge of their learning curve. Ms. Jones is a team player who works well beyond her contractual obligations to ensure students play as hard as they work. She can be seen at after-school events, whether it's decorating or chaperoning. Ms. Jones is there in the midst of it all, enjoying herself and enjoying her students. Ms. Jones connects with her students and families. When I bring novice teachers to learn from Ms. Jones, they always comment that her classroom management is seamless. As we unpack this further, we come to see that this seamless management is due to the caring connections she has with every child in her room. Students who struggle to succeed in classrooms of other teachers know that they will always find a safe and caring connection with Ms. Jones. Most notably, Ms. Jones has demonstrated outstanding leadership over the past 3 years with guiding our school's AVID program. Giving tirelessly of her personal time to ensure the AVID program is successful and leading her colleagues in its implementation, Ms. Jones has shown a deep dedication to innovating on behalf of our students. It is my extreme pleasure to recognize Ms. Amanda Jones as Mattawoman Middle School's 2020-2021 exemplary employee.
Congratulations, Ms. Amanda Jones. Our next exemplary employee is Ms. Margaret Grove. She's a 5th grade teacher from Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, and she will be represented by Principal Nicholas Adam.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School, it is my pleasure today to present to you Mrs. Meg Grove as our exemplary employee. When it came time to nominate our employee, our nomination committee was tasked with identifying a staff member who showed true pride for the school and demonstrates a true eagerness to do what is best for our students. We've gathered input from teachers and colleagues, students and parents. Several parties gave Meg's name. This does not surprise me, as Meg Grove has been teaching at Mitchell for 21 years, building countless relationships within the school and the community. Parents said that Mrs. Grove is engaging, supportive, and takes the time to unpack difficult concepts. Students say that she is nice and fun during reading groups and lets us build gingerbread houses. Colleagues said that Mrs. Grove is always willing to help anyone. She works well with others and leads the effort in search of new ideas and techniques. As principal, I admire Meg's never back down attitude, with no challenge being too tough or out of reach, as this helps promote creative and out-of-the-box ideas. Meg is truly a talented educator. She has taught science, primary, and intermediate grades. She has worked with struggling learners in the inclusion settings, as well as gifted clusters. She is such a talented educator that this summer I approached Meg when a need arose in 5th grade to fill a vacancy. We needed a teacher who could successfully transition to a great team and do so during a rather unique school year to help our students and school. Meg, who was teaching kindergarten at the time, without hesitation agreed to take on such a task. Well, maybe there was a little hesitation. But really, Meg said, Mr. Adam, I got this. As a school leader, you experience a sense of calm or ease when you develop a plan you feel will help students. However, it cannot come together without people like Meg Grove, who see the bigger picture and the greater good for students. Meg has already proven that she's a true asset to our school and one who I rely on and value immensely. Mrs. Grove is truly an awesome bulldog and so deserving of this recognition. I am honored to present to you our exemplary employee for Mitchell Elementary School, Mrs. Meg Grove.
Congratulations, Ms. Grove. And finally, our fourth exemplary employee is Ms. Melissa Brigum, a second grade teacher from Mary B. Neal Elementary School, and she'll be represented by Principal Debbie Brown.
Good evening. My favorite people on earth are second grade teachers, and having been a second grade teacher myself, I recognize the great ones. Melissa Brigum is absolutely one of the best, and I am proud to tell you about her. Melissa is a second grade teacher at Mary B. Neal. She makes a difference every day for her students and for our school. Mrs. Brigum loves her students to their very core. It is evident in the dedication that she exhibits in her teaching and in her support of our students. She never gives up on them, never stops advocating for them, and never stops teaching and reteaching. Mrs. Brigum always gets to know her children, their strengths, their weaknesses, and she designs her lessons so that each child has a chance for success. When she attends SST or IEP meetings, you know that she will come armed with clear and concise data about her students. She often volunteers to teach our students who need the most help. She devises strategies to help them be organized, manage their own behavior, and to access the important knowledge that she knows they need. She collaborates with our staff members to meet their needs, and maybe, most importantly, she teaches them to believe in themselves. Melissa creates a safe and nurturing environment for her students. She cares for and respects them, and that she knows she wants them to respect and care for their classmates in return. She sets high standards for their behavior, and her patience is remarkable. She shows her students grace. This creates a culture where students are willing to take risks and where they feel secure and loved. Students thrive in Mrs. Brigum's class. Mrs. Brigum is a leader at Mary B. Neal. She is always willing to share her expertise with her peers and with new teachers from around the county. I can think of no better role model for these new members of our profession. I am honored to present Mrs. Brigum to you tonight. She exemplifies excellence in teaching, and she makes me proud to be an educator.
Thank you, Ms. McGraw.
Okay, just like to say congratulations to all of our students and to our teachers. Boys and girls are very proud of your accomplishments and looking forward to hearing more about you in the future. And teachers, thank you so much for sharing your talents with us here in Charles County. So, the next portion of our meeting is public forum, and once again, public forum is not being held in person. If you have any of our members of our community have any concerns or comments, please forward them to us at our ccboe.com website. We have received, I think, 34 emails, concerns from public forum for this month, so we do appreciate your sharing with us. Next order of business is action items. And the first of those action items are the executive board meeting minutes of October the 13th. I need a motion to accept.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept executive board meetings. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. I didn't realize we lost someone. Okay. 6 in favor, excuse me. The next set of minutes are our executive board, our board meeting minutes of October the 13th. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of board meeting of October the 13th. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Student opinion, affirmative. 1 abstention. The next set of minutes are from our virtual redistricting meeting of October the 26th. Need a motion to approve the minutes.
I move to accept.
Okay, it's been moved.
I'll second then.
Moved by Mrs. Abel, seconded by, excuse me, I'm sorry. Moved by Mrs. Abel and seconded by Mrs. Brown. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. You weren't there, right? Student voted affirmative, 1 abstention. Okay, the next action item on our agenda is personnel recommendations.
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Wilson and seconded by Ms. Abel. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, motion carries. And the next item on our agenda is the school year 2021-22 calendar. So the recommendation of, let me find my piece of paper here. Okay, the recommendation is for option 1, which is the calendar that mirrors this current 2021 instructional calendar for both students and teachers and provides a full week of both winter break and spring break. You just
So moved. Second.
been moved by Mrs. Abel and seconded by Mrs. Brown. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you going to vote? No? Okay. 6 in favor, all those opposed?
5 in favor.
5 in favor, student opinion in favor, all those opposed? 1 opposed. I'm sorry, Mr. Hancock. Okay, motion carries, calendar carries. The next item of business is adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting, moved by Ms. Wilson, and seconded by Ms. Brown. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Student affirmative? No one's opposed. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.